Welcome back to The Mystery of the Yellow Room by Gaston Leroux. If you haven't listened to part 1 yet, we recommend starting there to follow the full investigation from the beginning. In the previous chapters, the mysterious attack inside the locked yellow room left investigators baffled, with seemingly impossible circumstances surrounding the crime. Let's continue the story. Chapter 14. I expect the assassin this evening. I must take you, said Rouletabille, so as to enable you to understand, to the various scenes. I myself believe that I have discovered what everybody else is searching for, namely, how the murderer escaped from the yellow room, without any accomplice, and without Mademoiselle Stangerson having had anything to do with it. But so long as I am not sure of the real murderer, I cannot state the theory on which I am working. I can only say that I believe it to be correct and, in any case, a quite natural and simple one. As to what happened in this place 3 nights ago, I must say it kept me wondering for a whole day and a night. It passes all belief. The theory I have formed from the incident is so absurd that I would rather matters remained as yet unexplained. Saying which, the young reporter invited me to go and make the tour of the chateau with him. The only sound to be heard was the crunching of the dead leaves beneath our feet. The silence was so intense that one might have thought the chateau had been abandoned. The old stones, the stagnant water of the ditch surrounding the donjon, the bleak ground strewn with the dead leaves, the dark, skeleton-like outlines of the trees, all contributed to give to the desolate place, now filled with its awful mystery, an aspect the most funereal. As we passed round the donjon, we met the green man, the forest keeper, who did not greet us, but walked by as if we had not existed. He was looking just as I had formerly seen him through the window of the Donjon Inn. He had still his fowling piece slung at his back, his pipe was in his mouth, and his eye-glasses on his nose. An odd kind of fish, Rouletabille said to me, in a low tone. Have you spoken to him? I asked. Yes, but I could get nothing out of him. His only answers are grunts and shrugs of the shoulders. He generally lives on the first floor of the donjon, a big room that once served for an oratory. He lives like a bear, never goes out without his gun, and is only pleasant with the girls. The women, for 12 miles round, are all setting their caps at him. For the present, he is paying attention to Madame Mathieu, whose husband is keeping a lynx eye upon her in consequence. After passing the donjon, which is situated at the extreme end of the left wing, we went to the back of the chateau. Rouletabille, pointing to a window which I recognized as the only one belonging to Mademoiselle Stangerson's apartment, said to me, If you had been here, 2 nights ago, you would have seen your humble servant at the top of a ladder, about to enter the chateau by that window. As I expressed some surprise at this piece of nocturnal gymnastics, he begged me to notice carefully the exterior disposition of the chateau. We then went back into the building. I must now show you the first floor of the chateau, where I am living, said my friend. To enable the reader the better to understand the disposition of these parts of the dwelling, I annex a plan of the first floor of the right wing, drawn by Rouletabille the day after the extraordinary phenomenon occurred, the details of which I am about to relate. 1. Position where Rouletabille placed Frédéric Larsan. 2. Position where Rouletabille placed Daddy Jacques. 3. Position where Rouletabille placed Monsieur Stangerson. 4. Window by which Rouletabille entered. 5. Window found open by Rouletabille when he left the room. He reclosed it. All the other doors and windows were shut. 6. Terrace surmounting a projecting room on the ground floor. Rouletabille motioned me to follow him up a magnificent flight of stairs ending in a landing on the first floor. From this landing one could pass to the right or left wing of the chateau by a gallery opening from it. This gallery, high and wide, extended along the whole length of the building and was lit from the front of the chateau facing the north. The rooms, the windows of which looked to the south, opened out of the gallery. Professor Stangerson inhabited the left wing of the building. Mademoiselle Stangerson had her apartment in the right wing. We entered the gallery to the right. A narrow carpet, laid on the waxed oaken floor, which shone like glass, deadened the sound of our footsteps. Rouletabille asked me, in a low tone, to walk carefully, as we were passing the door of Mademoiselle Stangerson's apartment. This consisted of a bedroom, an anteroom, a small bathroom, a boudoir, and a drawing room. One could pass from one to another of these rooms without having to go by way of the gallery. The gallery continued straight to the western end of the building, where it was lit by a high window, window 2 on the plan. At about 2/3 of its length this gallery, at a right angle, joined another gallery following the course of the right wing. The better to follow this narrative, we shall call the gallery leading from the stairs to the eastern window, the right gallery, and the gallery quitting it at a right angle, the off-turning gallery, winding gallery in the plan. It was at the meeting point of the two galleries that Rouletabille had his chamber, adjoining that of Frédéric Larsan, the door of each opening onto the off-turning gallery, while the doors of Mademoiselle Stangerson's apartment opened into the right gallery. See the plan. Rouletabille opened the door of his room and after we had passed in, carefully drew the bolt. I had not had time to glance round the place in which he had been installed, when he uttered a cry of surprise and pointed to a pair of eye-glasses on a side table. "What are these doing here?" he asked. I should have been puzzled to answer him. "I wonder," he said, "I wonder if this is what I have been searching for. I wonder if these are the eye-glasses from the presbytery." He seized them eagerly, his fingers caressing the glass. Then looking at me, with an expression of terror on his face, he murmured, "Oh, oh." He repeated the exclamation again and again, as if his thoughts had suddenly turned his brain. He rose and, putting his hand on my shoulder, laughed like one demented as he said, "Those glasses will drive me silly. Mathematically speaking the thing is possible, but humanly speaking it is impossible, or afterwards. 2 light knocks struck the door. Rouletabille opened it. A figure entered. I recognized the concierge, whom I had seen when she was being taken to the pavilion for examination. I was surprised, thinking she was still under lock and key. This woman said in a very low tone, "In the grove of the parquet." Rouletabille replied, "Thanks." The woman then left. He again turned to me, his look haggard, after having carefully refastened the door, muttering some incomprehensible phrases. If the thing is mathematically possible, why should it not be humanly? And if it is humanly possible, the matter is simply awful. I interrupted him in his soliloquy. "Have they set the concierges at liberty, then?" I asked. "Yes," he replied, "I had them liberated. I needed people I could trust. The woman is thoroughly devoted to me, and her husband would lay down his life for me." "Oh ho," I said, "when will he have occasion to do it?" "This evening, for this evening I expect the murderer." "You expect the murderer this evening? Then you know him." "I shall know him, but I should be mad to affirm, categorically, at this moment that I do know him. The mathematical idea I have of the murderer gives results so frightful, so monstrous, that I hope it is still possible that I am mistaken. I hope so, with all my heart. 5 minutes ago, you did not know the murderer. How can you say that you expect him this evening? Because I know that he must come. Rouletabille very slowly filled his pipe and lit it. That meant an interesting story. At that moment we heard someone walking in the gallery and passing before our door. Rouletabille listened. The sound of the footstep died away in the distance. Is Frédéric Larsan in his room? I asked, pointing to the partition. No, my friend answered. He went to Paris this morning, still on the scent of Darzac, who also left for Paris. That matter will turn out badly. I expect that Monsieur Darzac will be arrested in the course of the next week. The worst of it is that everything seems to be in league against him, circumstances, things, people. Not an hour passes without bringing some new evidence against him. The examining magistrate is overwhelmed by it, and blind. Frédéric Larsan, however, is not a novice, I said. I thought so, said Rouletabille, with a slightly contemptuous turn of his lips. I fancied he was a much abler man. I had, indeed, a great admiration for him, before I got to know his method of working. It's deplorable. He owes his reputation solely to his ability. But he lacks reasoning power. The mathematics of his ideas are very poor. I looked closely at Rouletabille and could not help smiling, on hearing this boy of 18 talking of a man who had proved to the world that he was the finest police sleuth hound in Europe. You smile, he said. You are wrong. I swear I will outwit him, and in a striking way. But I must make haste about it, for he has an enormous start of me, given him by Monsieur Robert Darzac, who is this evening going to increase it still more. Think of it. Every time the murderer comes to the chateau, Monsieur Darzac, by a strange fatality, absents himself and refuses to give any account of how he employs his time. Every time the assassin comes to the chateau, I cried, has he returned then? Yes, during that famous night when the strange phenomenon occurred. I was now going to learn about the astonishing phenomenon to which Rouletabille had made allusion half an hour earlier without giving me any explanation of it. But I had learned never to press Rouletabille in his narratives. He spoke when the fancy took him and when he judged it to be right. He was less concerned about my curiosity than he was for making a complete summing up for himself of any important matter in which he was interested. At last, in short rapid phrases, he acquainted me with things which plunged me into a state bordering on complete bewilderment. Indeed, the results of that still unknown science known as hypnotism, for example, were not more inexplicable than the disappearance of the matter of the murderer at the moment when 4 persons were within touch of him. I speak of hypnotism as I would of electricity, for of the nature of both we are ignorant and we know little of their laws. I cite these examples because, at the time, the case appeared to me to be only explicable by the inexplicable, that is to say, by an event outside of known natural laws. And yet, if I had had Rouletabille's brain, I should, like him, have had a presentiment of the natural explanation. For the most curious thing about all the mysteries of the Glandier case was the natural manner in which he explained them. I have among the papers that were sent me by the young man, after the affair was over, a notebook of his, in which a complete account is given of the phenomenon of the disappearance of the matter of the assassin, and the thoughts to which it gave rise in the mind of my young friend. It is preferable, I think, to give the reader this account, rather than continue to reproduce my conversation with Rouletabille, for I should be afraid, in a history of this nature, to add a word that was not in accordance with the strictest truth. Chapter 15. The Trap. Extract from the Notebook of Joseph Rouletabille. Last night, the night between the 29th and 30th of October, wrote Joseph Rouletabille, I woke up towards 1 o'clock in the morning. Was it sleeplessness, or noise without? The cry of the Bête du Bon Dieu rang out with sinister loudness from the end of the park. I rose and opened the window. Cold wind and rain, opaque darkness, silence. I reclosed my window, again the sound of the cat's weird cry in the distance. I partly dressed in haste. The weather was too bad for even a cat to be turned out in it. What did it mean, then, that imitating of the mewing of Mother Anganu, cat so near the chateau? I seized a good-sized stick, the only weapon I had, and, without making any noise, opened my door. The gallery into which I went was well lit by a lamp with a reflector. I felt a keen current of air and, on turning, found the window open at the extreme end of the gallery, which I call the off-turning gallery, to distinguish it from the right gallery, onto which the apartment of Mademoiselle Stangerson opened. These two galleries cross each other at right angles. Who had left that window open? Or, who had come to open it? I went to the window and leaned out. 5 feet below me, there was a sort of terrace over the semicircular projection of a room on the ground floor. One could, if one wanted, jump from the window onto the terrace and allow oneself to drop from it into the court of the chateau. Whoever had entered by this road had, evidently, not had a key to the vestibule door. But why should I be thinking of my previous night's attempt with the ladder? Because of the open window, left open, perhaps, by the negligence of a servant. I reclosed it, smiling at the ease with which I built a drama on the mere suggestion of an open window. Again the cry of the Bête du Bon Dieu, and then silence. The rain ceased to beat on the window. All in the chateau slept. I walked with infinite precaution on the carpet of the gallery. On reaching the corner of the right gallery, I peered round it cautiously. There was another lamp there with a reflector, which quite lit up the several objects in it, 3 chairs and some pictures hanging on the wall. What was I doing there? Perfect silence reigned throughout. Everything was sunk in repose. What was the instinct that urged me towards Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber? Why did a voice within me cry, "Go on, to the chamber of Mademoiselle Stangerson"? I cast my eyes down upon the carpet on which I was treading and saw that my steps were being directed towards Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber by the marks of steps that had already been made there. Yes, on the carpet were traces of footsteps stained with mud leading to the chamber of Mademoiselle Stangerson. Horror, horror! I recognized in those footprints the impression of the neat boots of the murderer. He had come, then, from without in this wretched night. If you could descend from the gallery by way of the window, by means of the terrace, then you could get into the chateau by the same means. The murderer was still in the chateau, for here were marks as of returning footsteps. He had entered by the open window at the extremity of the off-turning gallery. He had passed Frederic Larsan's door and mine, had turned to the right, and had entered Mademoiselle Stangerson's room. I am before the door of her ante-room. It is open. I push it, without making the least noise. Under the door of the room itself, I see a streak of light. I listen. No sound, not even of breathing. Ah! If I only knew what was passing in the silence that is behind that door. I find the door locked and the key turned on the inner side. And the murderer is there, perhaps. He must be there. Will he escape this time? All depends on me. I must be calm, and above all, I must make no false steps. I must see into that room. I can enter it by Mademoiselle Stangerson's drawing room, but to do that I should have to cross her boudoir, and while I am there, the murderer may escape by the gallery door, the door in front of which I am now standing. I am sure that no other crime is being committed on this night, for there is complete silence in the boudoir, where two nurses are taking care of Mademoiselle Stangerson until she is restored to health. As I am almost sure that the murderer is there, why do I not at once give the alarm? The murderer may, perhaps, escape, but, perhaps, I may be able to save Mademoiselle Stangerson's life. Suppose the murderer on this occasion is not here to murder. The door has been opened to allow him to enter. By whom? And it has been refastened. By whom? Mademoiselle Stangerson shuts herself up in her apartment with her nurses every night. Who turned the key of that chamber to allow the murderer to enter? The nurses, two faithful domestics. The old chambermaid, Sylvia. It is very improbable. Besides, they slept in the boudoir, and Mademoiselle Stangerson, very nervous and careful, Monsieur Robert Darzac told me, sees to her own safety since she has been well enough to move about in her room, which I have not yet seen her leave. This nervousness and sudden care on her part, which had struck Monsieur Darzac, had given me, also, food for thought. At the time of the crime in the Yellow Room, there can be no doubt that she expected the murderer. Was he expected this night? Was it she herself who had opened her door to him? Had she some reason for doing so? Was she obliged to do it? Was it a meeting for purposes of crime? Certainly it was not a lovers' meeting, for I believe Mademoiselle Stangerson adores Monsieur Darzac. All these reflections ran through my brain like a flash of lightning. What would I not give to know? It is possible that there was some reason for the awful silence. My intervention might do more harm than good. How could I tell? How could I know I might not any moment cause another crime? If I could only see and know, without breaking that silence. I left the anteroom and descended the central stairs to the vestibule and, as silently as possible, made my way to the little room on the ground floor where Daddy Jacques had been sleeping since the attack made at the pavilion. I found him dressed, his eyes wide open, almost haggard. He did not seem surprised to see me. He told me that he had got up because he had heard the cry of the Bête du Bon Dieu, and because he had heard footsteps in the park, close to his window, out of which he had looked and, just then, had seen a black shadow pass by. I asked him whether he had a firearm of any kind. No, he no longer kept one, since the examining magistrate had taken his revolver from him. We went out together, by a little back door, into the park, and stole along the chateau to the point which is just below Mademoiselle Stangerson's window. I placed Daddy Jacques against the wall, ordering him not to stir from the spot, while I, taking advantage of a moment when the moon was hidden by a cloud, moved to the front of the window, out of the patch of light which came from it, for the window was half open. If I could only know what was passing in that silent chamber. I returned to Daddy Jacques and whispered the word, ladder, in his ear. At first I had thought of the tree which, a week ago, served me for an observatory, but I immediately saw that, from the way the window was half opened, I should not be able to see from that point of view anything that was passing in the room, and I wanted, not only to see, but to hear, and to act. Greatly agitated, almost trembling, Daddy Jacques disappeared for a moment and returned without the ladder, but making signs to me with his arms, as signals to me to come quickly to him. When I got near him he gasped, "Come." He led me round the chateau, past the donjon. Arrived there, he said, I went to the donjon in search of my ladder, and in the lower part of the donjon which serves me and the gardener for a lumber room, I found the door open and the ladder gone. On coming out, that's what I caught sight of by the light of the moon." And he pointed to the further end of the chateau, where a ladder stood resting against the stone brackets supporting the terrace, under the window which I had found open. The projection of the terrace had prevented my seeing it. Thanks to that ladder, it was quite easy to get into the off-turning gallery of the first floor, and I had no doubt of it having been the road taken by the unknown. We ran to the ladder, but at the moment of reaching it, Daddy Jacques drew my attention to the half-open door of the little semicircular room, situated under the terrace, at the extremity of the right wing of the chateau, having the terrace for its roof. Daddy Jacques pushed the door open a little further and looked in. "He's not there," he whispered. "Who is not there?" "The forest keeper." With his lips once more to my ear, he added, "Do you know that he has slept in the upper room of the donjon ever since it was restored?" And with the same gesture he pointed to the half-open door, the ladder, the terrace, and the windows in the off-turning gallery which, a little while before, I had reclosed. What were my thoughts then? I had no time to think. I felt more than I thought. Evidently, I felt, if the forest keeper is up there in the chamber, I say, if, because at this moment, apart from the presence of the ladder and his vacant room, there are no evidences which permit me even to suspect him. If he is there, he has been obliged to pass by the ladder, and the rooms which lie behind his, in his new lodging, are occupied by the family of the steward and by the cook, and by the kitchens, which bar the way by the vestibule to the interior of the chateau. And if he had been there during the evening on any pretext, it would have been easy for him to go into the gallery and see that the window could be simply pushed open from the outside. This question of the unfastened window easily narrowed the field of search for the murderer. He must belong to the house, unless he had an accomplice, which I do not believe he had, unless Mademoiselle Stangerson herself had seen that that window was not fastened from the inside. But, then, what could be the frightful secret which made her under the necessity of doing away with obstacles that separated her from the murderer? I seized hold of the ladder, and we returned to the back of the chateau to see if the window of the chamber was still half open. The blind was drawn, but did not join, and allowed a bright stream of light to escape and fall upon the path at our feet. I planted the ladder under the window. I am almost sure that I made no noise, and while Daddy Jacques remained at the foot of the ladder, I mounted it, very quietly, my stout stick in my hand. I held my breath and lifted my feet with the greatest care. Suddenly a heavy cloud discharged itself at that moment in a fresh downpour of rain. At the same instant the sinister cry of the Bête du Bon Dieu arrested me in my ascent. It seemed to me to have come from close by me, only a few yards away. Was the cry a signal? Had some accomplice of the man seen me on the ladder? Would the cry bring the man to the window? Perhaps. Ah, there he was at the window. I felt his head above me. I heard the sound of his breath. I could not look up towards him. The least movement of my head, and I might be lost. Would he see me? Would he peer into the darkness? No. He went away. He had seen nothing. I felt, rather than heard, him moving on tiptoe in the room, and I mounted a few steps higher. My head reached to the level of the window sill. My forehead rose above it. My eyes looked between the opening in the blinds, and I saw a man seated at Mademoiselle Stangerson's little desk, writing. His back was turned toward me. A candle was lit before him, and he bent over the flame, the light from it projecting shapeless shadows. I saw nothing but a monstrous, stooping back. Mademoiselle Stangerson herself was not there. Her bed had not been lain on. Where, then, was she sleeping that night? Doubtless in the side room with her women. Perhaps this was but a guess. I must content myself with the joy of finding the man alone. I must be calm to prepare my trap. But who, then, is this man writing there before my eyes, seated at the desk, as if he were in his own home? If there had not been that ladder under the window, if there had not been those footprints on the carpet in the gallery, if there had not been that open window, I might have been led to think that this man had a right to be there, and that he was there as a matter of course and for reasons about which as yet I knew nothing. But there was no doubt that this mysterious unknown was the man of the Yellow Room, the man to whose murderous assault Mademoiselle Stangerson, without denouncing him, had had to submit. If I could but see his face, surprise and capture him. If I spring into the room at this moment, he will escape by the right-hand door opening into the boudoir, or crossing the drawing-room, he will reach the gallery and I shall lose him. I have him now and in 5 minutes more he'll be safer than if I had him in a cage. What is he doing there, alone in Mademoiselle Stangerson's room? What is he writing? I descend and place the ladder on the ground. Daddy Jacques follows me. We re-enter the chateau. I send Daddy Jacques to wake Monsieur Stangerson, and instruct him to await my coming in Mademoiselle Stangerson's room and to say nothing definite to him before my arrival. I will go and awaken Frédéric Larsan. It's a bore to have to do it, for I should have liked to work alone and to have carried off all the honors of this affair myself, right under the very nose of the sleeping detective. But Daddy Jacques and Monsieur Stangerson are old men, and I am not yet fully developed. I might not be strong enough. Larsan is used to wrestling and putting on the handcuffs. He opened his eyes swollen with sleep, ready to send me flying, without in the least believing in my reporter's fancies. I had to assure him that the man was there. That's strange, he said. I thought I left him this afternoon in Paris. He dressed himself in haste and armed himself with a revolver. We stole quietly into the gallery. Where is he? Larsan asked. In Mademoiselle Stangerson's room. And, Mademoiselle Stangerson. She is not in there. Let's go in. Don't go there. On the least alarm the man will escape. He has 4 ways by which to do it: the door, the window, the boudoir, or the room in which the women are sleeping. I'll draw him from below. And if you fail, if you only succeed in wounding him, he'll escape again, without reckoning that he is certainly armed. No, let me direct the expedition, and I'll answer for everything. As you like, he replied, with fairly good grace. Then, after satisfying myself that all the windows of the 2 galleries were thoroughly secure, I placed Frédéric Larsan at the end of the off-turning gallery, before the window which I had found open and had reclosed. Under no consideration, I said to him, "Must you stir from this post till I call you? The chances are even that the man, when he is pursued, will return to this window and try to save himself that way, for it is by that way he came in and made a way ready for his flight. You have a dangerous post. What will be yours?" asked Fred. "I shall spring into the room and knock him over for you." "Take my revolver," said Fred, "and I'll take your stick." "Thanks," I said. "You are a brave man." I accepted his offer. I was going to be alone with the man in the room writing and was really thankful to have the weapon. I left Fred, having posted him at the window, number 5 on the plan, and, with the greatest precaution, went towards Monsieur Stangerson's apartment in the left wing of the chateau. I found him with Daddy Jacques, who had faithfully obeyed my directions, confining himself to asking his master to dress as quickly as possible. In a few words I explained to Monsieur Stangerson what was passing. He armed himself with a revolver, followed me, and we were all three speedily in the gallery. Since I had seen the murderer seated at the desk 10 minutes had elapsed. Monsieur Stangerson wished to spring upon the assassin at once and kill him. I made him understand that, above all, he must not, in his desire to kill him, miss him. When I had sworn to him that his daughter was not in the room, and in no danger, he conquered his impatience and left me to direct the operations. I told them that they must come to me the moment I called to them, or when I fired my revolver. I then sent Daddy Jacques to place himself before the window at the end of the right gallery. Number 2 on my plan. I chose that position for Daddy Jacques because I believed that the murderer, tracked, on leaving the room, would run through the gallery towards the window which he had left open, and, instantly seeing that it was guarded by Larsan, would pursue his course along the right gallery. There he would encounter Daddy Jacques, who would prevent his springing out of the window into the park. Under that window there was a sort of buttress, while all the other windows in the galleries were at such a height from the ground that it was almost impossible to jump from them without breaking one's neck. All the doors and windows, including those of the lumber room at the end of the right gallery, as I had rapidly assured myself, were strongly secured. Having indicated to Daddy Jacques the post he was to occupy, and having seen him take up his position, I placed Monsieur Stangerson on the landing at the head of the stairs not far from the door of his daughter's ante-room. Everything led me to suppose that when I surprised the murderer in the room, he would run by way of the ante-room, rather than the boudoir, where the women were, and of which the door must have been locked by Mademoiselle Stangerson herself if, as I thought, she had taken refuge in the boudoir for the purpose of avoiding the murderer who was coming to see her. In any case, he must return to the gallery where my people were awaiting him at every possible issue. On coming there, he would see on his left Monsieur Stangerson. He would turn to the right, towards the off-turning gallery, the way he had prearranged for flight, where, at the intersection of the two galleries, he would see at once, as I have explained, on his left, Frédéric Larsan at the end of the off-turning gallery, and in front, Daddy Jacques, at the end of the right gallery. Monsieur Stangerson and myself would arrive by way of the back of the chateau. He is ours. He can no longer escape us. I was sure of that. The plan I had formed seemed to me the best, the surest, and the most simple. It would, no doubt, have been simpler still, if we had been able to place someone directly behind the door of Mademoiselle's boudoir, which opened out of her bedchamber, and, in that way, had been in a position to besiege the two doors of the room in which the man was. But we could not penetrate the boudoir except by way of the drawing-room, the door of which had been locked on the inside by Mademoiselle Stangerson. But even if I had had the free disposition of the boudoir, I should have held to the plan I had formed, because any other plan of attack would have separated us at the moment of the struggle with the man, while my plan united us all for the attack, at a spot which I had selected with almost mathematical precision, the intersection of the two galleries. Having so placed my people, I again left the chateau, hurried to my ladder, and, replacing it, climbed up, revolver in hand. If there be any inclined to smile at my taking so many precautionary measures, I refer them to the mystery of the Yellow Room, and to all the proofs we have of the weird cunning of the murderer. Further, if there be some who think my observations needlessly minute at a moment when they ought to be completely held by rapidity of movement and decision of action, I reply that I have wished to report here, at length and completely, all the details of a plan of attack conceived so rapidly that it is only the slowness of my pen that gives an appearance of slowness to the execution. I have wished, by this slowness and precision, to be certain that nothing should be omitted from the conditions under which the strange phenomenon was produced, which, until some natural explanation of it is forthcoming, seems to me to prove, even better than the theories of Professor Stangerson, the dissociation of matter. I will even say, the instantaneous dissociation of matter. Chapter 16. Strange Phenomenon of the Dissociation of Matter. Extract from the Notebook of Joseph Rouletabille, continued. I am again at the window sill, continues Rouletabille, and once more I raise my head above it. Through an opening in the curtains, the arrangement of which has not been changed, I am ready to look, anxious to note the position in which I am going to find the murderer, whether his back will still be turned towards me, whether he is still seated at the desk writing. But perhaps, he is no longer there. Yet how could he have fled? Was I not in possession of his ladder? I force myself to be cool. I raise my head yet higher. I look, he is still there. I see his monstrous back, deformed by the shadow thrown by the candle. He is no longer writing now, and the candle is on the parquet, over which he is bending, a position which serves my purpose. I hold my breath. I mount the ladder. I am on the uppermost rung of it, and with my left hand seize hold of the window sill. In this moment of approaching success, I feel my heart beating wildly. I put my revolver between my teeth. A quick spring, and I shall be on the window ledge. But, the ladder, I had been obliged to press on it heavily, and my foot had scarcely left it, when I felt it swaying beneath me. It grated on the wall and fell, but, already, my knees were touching the window sill, and, by a movement quick as lightning, I got onto it. But the murderer had been even quicker than I had been. He had heard the grating of the ladder on the wall, and I saw the monstrous back of the man raise itself. I saw his head. Did I really see it? The candle on the parquet lit up his legs only. Above the height of the table the chamber was in darkness. I saw a man with long hair, a full beard, wild-looking eyes, a pale face, framed in large whiskers, as well as I could distinguish, and, as I think, red in color. I did not know the face. That was, in brief, the chief sensation I received from that face in the dim half-light in which I saw it. I did not know it, or, at least, I did not recognize it. Now for quick action. It was indeed time for that, for as I was about to place my legs through the window, the man had seen me, had bounded to his feet, had sprung, as I foresaw he would, to the door of the ante-chamber, had time to open it, and fled. But I was already behind him, revolver in hand, shouting, "Help!" Like an arrow I crossed the room, but noticed a letter on the table as I rushed. I almost came up with the man in the ante-room, for he had lost time in opening the door to the gallery. I flew on wings, and in the gallery was but a few feet behind him. He had taken, as I supposed he would, the gallery on his right, that is to say, the road he had prepared for his flight. "Help, Jacques! Help, Larsan!" I cried. He could not escape us. I raised a shout of joy, of savage victory. The man reached the intersection of the two galleries hardly 2 seconds before me for the meeting which I had prepared. the fatal shock which must inevitably take place at that spot. We all rushed to the crossing place, Monsieur Stangerson and I coming from one end of the right gallery, Daddy Jacques coming from the other end of the same gallery, and Frédéric Larsan coming from the off-turning gallery. The man was not there. We looked at each other stupidly and with eyes terrified. The man had vanished like a ghost. Where is he? Where is he? We all asked. It is impossible he can have escaped, I cried, my terror mastered by my anger. I touched him, exclaimed Frédéric Larsan. I felt his breath on my face, cried Daddy Jacques. Where is he? Where is he? We all cried. We raced like madmen along the two galleries. We visited doors and windows. They were closed, hermetically closed. They had not been opened. Besides, the opening of a door or window by this man whom we were hunting, without our having perceived it, would have been more inexplicable than his disappearance. Where is he? Where is he? He could not have got away by a door or a window, nor by any other way. He could not have passed through our bodies. I confess that, for the moment, I felt done for. For the gallery was perfectly lighted, and there was neither trap, nor secret door in the walls, nor any sort of hiding place. We moved the chairs and lifted the pictures. Nothing. We would have looked into a flower pot, if there had been one to look into. When this mystery, thanks to Rouletabille, was naturally explained, by the help alone of his masterful mind, we were able to realize that the murderer had got away neither by a door, a window, nor the stairs, a fact which the judges would not admit. Chapter 17. The Inexplicable Gallery. Extract from the notebook of Joseph Rouletabille, continued. Mademoiselle Stangerson appeared at the door of her ante-room, continues Rouletabille's notebook. We were near her door in the gallery where this incredible phenomenon had taken place. There are moments when one feels as if one's brain were about to burst. A bullet in the head, a fracture of the skull, the seat of reason shattered. With only these can I compare the sensation which exhausted and left me void of sense. Happily, Mademoiselle Stangerson appeared on the threshold of her ante-room. I saw her, and that helped to relieve my chaotic state of mind. I breathed her. I inhaled the perfume of the lady in black, whom I should never see again. I would have given 10 years of my life, half my life, to see once more the lady in black. Alas, I no more meet her but from time to time, and yet, how the memory of that perfume, felt by me alone, carries me back to the days of my childhood. It was this sharp reminder from my beloved perfume, of the lady in black, which made me go to her, dressed wholly in white and so pale and so beautiful, on the threshold of the inexplicable gallery. Her beautiful golden hair, gathered into a knot on the back of her neck, left visible the red star on her temple which had so nearly been the cause of her death. When I first got on the right track of the mystery of this case I had imagined that, on the night of the tragedy in the Yellow Room, Mademoiselle Stangerson had worn her hair in bands. But then, how could I have imagined otherwise when I had not been in the Yellow Room? But now, since the occurrence of the inexplicable gallery, I did not reason at all. I stood there, stupid, before the apparition, so pale and so beautiful, of Mademoiselle Stangerson. She was clad in a dressing gown of dreamy white. One might have taken her to be a ghost, a lovely phantom. Her father took her in his arms and kissed her passionately, as if he had recovered her after being long lost to him. I dared not question her. He drew her into the room and we followed them, for we had to know, The door of the boudoir was open. The terrified faces of the two nurses craned towards us. Mademoiselle Stangerson inquired the meaning of all the disturbance. That she was not in her own room was quite easily explained, quite easily. She had a fancy not to sleep that night in her chamber, but in the boudoir with her nurses, locking the door on them. Since the night of the crime she had experienced feelings of terror, and fears came over her that are easily to be comprehended. But who could imagine that on that particular night when he was to come, she would, by a mere chance, determine to shut herself in with her women? Who would think that she would act contrary to her father's wish to sleep in the drawing-room? Who could believe that the letter which had so recently been on the table in her room would no longer be there? He who could understand all this would have to assume that Mademoiselle Stangerson knew that the murderer was coming. She could not prevent his coming again, unknown to her father, unknown to all but to Monsieur Robert Darzac. For he must know it now. Perhaps he had known it before. Did he remember that phrase in the Elysée garden? Must I commit a crime, then, to win you? Against whom the crime, if not against the obstacle, against the murderer? Ah, I would kill him with my own hand. And I replied, you have not answered my question. That was the very truth. In truth, Monsieur Darzac knew the murderer so well that, while wishing to kill him himself, he was afraid I should find him. There could be but two reasons why he had assisted me in my investigation. First, because I have forced him to do it, and, second, because she would be the better protected. I am in the chamber, her room. I look at her, also at the place where the letter had just now been. She has possessed herself of it. It was evidently intended for her, evidently. How she trembles at the strange story her father is telling her, of the presence of the murderer in her chamber, and of the pursuit. But it is plainly to be seen that she is not wholly satisfied by the assurance given her until she had been told that the murderer, by some incomprehensible means, had been able to elude us. Then follows a silence. What a silence! We are all there, looking at her, her father, Larsan, Daddy Jacques and I. What were we all thinking of in the silence? After the events of that night, of the mystery of the inexplicable gallery, of the prodigious fact of the presence of the murderer in her room, it seemed to me that all our thoughts might have been translated into the words which were addressed to her. You who know of this mystery, explain it to us, and we shall perhaps be able to save you. How I longed to save her, from herself, and, from the other. It brought the tears to my eyes. She is there, shedding about her the perfume of the lady in black. At last, I see her, in the silence of her chamber. Since the fatal hour of the mystery of the Yellow Room, we have hung about this invisible and silent woman to learn what she knows. Our desires, our wish to know must be a torment to her. Who can tell that, should we learn the secret of her mystery, it would not precipitate a tragedy more terrible than that which had already been enacted here? Who can tell if it might not mean her death? Yet it had brought her close to death, and we still knew nothing. Or, rather, there are some of us who know nothing. But if I knew who, I should know all. Who, not knowing who, I must remain silent, out of pity for her. For there is no doubt that she knows how he escaped from the Yellow Room, and yet she keeps the secret. When I know who, I will speak to him. She looked at us now, with a faraway look in her eyes, as if we were not in the chamber. Monsieur Stangerson broke the silence. He declared that, henceforth, he would no more absent himself from his daughter's apartments. She tried to oppose him in vain. He adhered firmly to his purpose. He would install himself there this very night, he said. Solely concerned for the health of his daughter, he reproached her for having left her bed. Then he suddenly began talking to her as if she were a little child. He smiled at her and seemed not to know either what he said or what he did. The illustrious professor had lost his head. Mademoiselle Stangerson, in a tone of tender distress, said, "Father, father." Daddy Jacques blows his nose, and Frédéric Larsan himself is obliged to turn away to hide his emotion. For myself, I am able neither to think or feel. I felt an infinite contempt for myself. It was the first time that Frédéric Larsan, like myself, found himself face to face with Mademoiselle Stangerson since the attack in the Yellow Room. Like me, he had insisted on being allowed to question the unhappy lady, but he had not, any more than had I, been permitted. To him, as to me, the same answer had always been given. Mademoiselle Stangerson was too weak to receive us. The questionings of the examining magistrate had over-fatigued her. It was evidently intended not to give us any assistance in our researches. I was not surprised, but Frédéric Larsan had always resented this conduct. It is true that he and I had a totally different theory of the crime. I still catch myself repeating from the depths of my heart, save her without his speaking. Who is he, the murderer? Take him and shut his mouth." But Monsieur Darzac made it clear that in order to shut his mouth, he must be killed. Have I the right to kill Mademoiselle Stangerson's murderer? No, I had not. But let him only give me the chance. Let me find out whether he is really a creature of flesh and blood. Let me see his dead body, since it cannot be taken alive. If I could but make this woman, who does not even look at us, understand. She is absorbed by her fears and by her father's distress of mind. And I can do nothing to save her. Yes, I will go to work once more and accomplish wonders. I moved towards her. I would speak to her. I would entreat her to have confidence in me. I would, in a word, make her understand, she alone, that I know how the murderer escaped from the Yellow Room, that I have guessed the motives for her secrecy, and that I pity her with all my heart. But by her gestures she begged us to leave her alone, expressing weariness and the need for immediate rest. Monsieur Stangerson asked us to go back to our rooms and thanked us. Frédéric Larsan and I bowed to him and, followed by Daddy Jacques, we regained the gallery. I heard Larsan murmur, "Strange, strange." He made a sign to me to go with him into his room. On the threshold he turned towards Daddy Jacques. "Did you see him distinctly?" he asked. "Who?" "The man." "Saw him. Why, he had a big red beard and red hair." "That's how he appeared to me," I said. "And to me," said Larsan. The great Fred and I were alone in his chamber, now, to talk over this thing. We talked for an hour, turning the matter over and viewing it from every side. From the questions put by him, from the explanation which he gives me, it is clear to me that, in spite of all our senses, he is persuaded the man disappeared by some secret passage in the chateau known to him alone. He knows the chateau, he said to me. He knows it well. He is a rather tall man, well built, I suggested. He is as tall as he wants to be, murmured Fred. I understand, I said, but how do you account for his red hair and beard? Too much beard, too much hair, false, says Fred. That's easily said. You are always thinking of Robert Darzac. You can't get rid of that idea. I am certain that he is innocent. So much the better. I hope so. But everything condemns him. Did you notice the marks on the carpet? Come and look at them. I have seen them. They are the marks of the neat boots, the same as those we saw on the border of the lake. Can you deny that they belong to Robert Darzac? Of course, one may be mistaken. Have you noticed that those footprints only go in one direction, that there are no return marks? When the man came from the chamber, pursued by all of us, his footsteps left no traces behind them. He had, perhaps, been in the chamber for hours. The mud from his boots had dried, and he moved with such rapidity on the points of his toes. We saw him running, but we did not hear his steps. I suddenly put an end to this idle chatter, void of any logic, and made a sign to Larsan to listen. There, below, someone is shutting a door. I rise. Larsan follows me. We descend to the ground floor of the chateau. I lead him to the little semicircular room under the terrace beneath the window of the off-turning gallery. I point to the door, now closed, open a short time before, under which a shaft of light is visible. The forest keeper, says Fred. Come on, I whisper. Prepared, I know not why, to believe that the keeper is the guilty man, I go to the door and rap smartly on it. Some might think that we were rather late in thinking of the keeper, since our first business, after having found that the murderer had escaped us in the gallery, ought to have been to search everywhere else, around the chateau, in the park. Had this criticism been made at the time, we could only have answered that the assassin had disappeared from the gallery in such a way that we thought he was no longer anywhere. He had eluded us when we all had our hands stretched out ready to seize him, when we were almost touching him. We had no longer any ground for hoping that we could clear up the mystery of that night. As soon as I rapped at the door it was opened, and the keeper asked us quietly what we wanted. He was undressed and preparing to go to bed. The bed had not yet been disturbed. We entered and I affected surprise. Not gone to bed yet? No, he replied roughly. I have been making a round of the park and in the woods. I am only just back, and sleepy. Good night. Listen, I said, an hour or so ago, there was a ladder close by your window. What ladder? I did not see any ladder. Good night. And he simply put us out of the room. When we were outside I looked at Larsan. His face was impenetrable. Well, I said. Well, he repeated. Does that open out any new view to you? There was no mistaking Larsan's bad temper. On re-entering the chateau, I heard him mutter. It would be strange, very strange, if I had deceived myself on that point. He seemed to be talking to me rather than to himself. He added, in any case, we shall soon know what to think. The morning will bring light with it. Quote, when I wrote these lines, Joseph Rouletabille was 18 years of age, and he spoke of his youth. I have kept the text of my friend, but I inform the reader here that the episode of the mystery of the Yellow Room has no connection with that of the perfume of the lady in black. It is not my fault if, in the document which I have cited, Rouletabille thought fit to refer to his childhood. Right arrow curving left. Chapter 18. Rouletabille has drawn a circle between the two bumps on his forehead. Extract from the notebook of Joseph Rouletabille, continued. We separated on the thresholds of our rooms, with a melancholy shake of the hands. I was glad to have aroused in him a suspicion of error. His was an original brain, very intelligent but, without method. I did not go to bed. I awaited the coming of daylight and then went down to the front of the chateau, and made a detour, examining every trace of footsteps coming towards it or going from it. These, however, were so mixed and confusing that I could make nothing of them. Here I may make a remark. I am not accustomed to attach an exaggerated importance to exterior signs left in the track of a crime. The method which traces the criminal by means of the tracks of his footsteps is altogether primitive. So many footprints are identical. However, in the disturbed state of my mind, I did go into the deserted court and did look at all the footprints I could find there, seeking for some indication, as a basis for reasoning. If I could but find a right starting point. In despair I seated myself on a stone. For over an hour I busied myself with the common, ordinary work of a policeman. Like the least intelligent of detectives, I went on blindly over the traces of footprints which told me just no more than they could. I came to the conclusion that I was a fool, lower in the scale of intelligence than even the police of the modern romancer. Novelists build mountains of stupidity out of a footprint on the sand, or from an impression of a hand on the wall. That's the way innocent men are brought to prison. It might convince an examining magistrate or the head of a detective department, but it's not proof. You writers forget that what the senses furnish is not proof. If I am taking cognizance of what is offered me by my senses, I do so but to bring the results within the circle of my reason. That circle may be the most circumscribed, but if it is, it has this advantage: it holds nothing but the truth. Yes, I swear that I have never used the evidence of the senses, but as servants to my reason. I have never permitted him to become my master. They have not made of me that monstrous thing, worse than a blind man, a man who sees falsely. And that is why I can triumph over your error and your merely animal intelligence, Frederic Larsan. Be of good courage, then, friend Rouletabille. It is impossible that the incident of the inexplicable gallery should be outside the circle of your reason. You know that. Then have faith and take thought with yourself, and forget not that you took hold of the right end when you drew that circle in your brain within which to unravel this mysterious play of circumstance. To it, once again, go back to the gallery. Take your stand on your reason and rest there as Frederic Larsan rests on his cane. You will then soon prove that the great Fred is nothing but a fool. The 30th of October. Noon. Joseph Rouletabille. I acted as I planned. With head on fire, I retraced my way to the gallery, and without having found anything more than I had seen on the previous night, the right hold I had taken of my reason drew me to something so important that I was obliged to cling to it to save myself from falling. Now for the strength and patience to find sensible traces to fit in with my thinking, and these must come within the circle I have drawn between the two bumps on my forehead. 30th of October. Midnight. Joseph Rouletabille. Chapter 19. Rouletabille invites me to breakfast at the Donjon Inn. It was not until later that Rouletabille sent me the notebook in which he had written at length the story of the phenomenon of the inexplicable gallery. On the day I arrived at the Glandier and joined him in his room, he recounted to me, with the greatest detail, all that I have now related, telling me also how he had spent several hours in Paris where he had learned nothing that could be of any help to him. The event of the inexplicable gallery had occurred on the night between the 29th and 30th of October, that is to say, 3 days before my return to the chateau. It was on the 2nd of November, then, that I went back to the Glandier, summoned there by my friend's telegram, and taking the revolvers with me. I am now in Rouletabille's room and he has finished his recital. While he had been telling me the story, I noticed him continually rubbing the glass of the eyeglasses he had found on the side table. From the evident pleasure he was taking in handling them, I felt they must be one of those sensible evidences destined to enter what he had called the circle of the right end of his reason. That strange and unique way of his to express himself in terms wonderfully adequate for his thought no longer surprised me. It was often necessary to know his thought to understand the terms he used, and it was not easy to penetrate into Rouletable's thinking. This lad's brain was one of the most curious things I have ever observed. Rouletabille went on the even tenor of his way without suspecting the astonishment and even bewilderment he roused in others. I am sure he was not himself in the least conscious of the originality of his genius. He was himself and at ease wherever he happened to be. When he had finished his recital, he asked me what I thought of it. I replied that I was much puzzled by his question. Then he begged me to try, in my turn, to take my reason in hand, by the right end. Very well, I said. It seems to me that the point of departure of my reason would be this. There can be no doubt that the murderer you pursued was in the gallery. I paused. After making so good a start, you ought not to stop so soon, he exclaimed. Come, make another effort. I'll try. Since he disappeared from the gallery without passing through any door or window, he must have escaped by some other opening. Rouletabille looked at me pityingly, smiled carelessly, and remarked that I was reasoning like a postman, or like Frederic Larsan. Rouletabille had alternate fits of admiration and disdain for the great Fred. It all depended as to whether Larsan's discoveries tallied with Rouletabille's reasoning or not. When they did, he would exclaim, "He is really great." When they did not, he would grunt and mutter, "What an ass." It was a petty side of the noble character of this strange youth. We had risen, and he led me into the park. When we reached the court and were making towards the gate, the sound of blinds thrown back against the wall made us turn our heads, and we saw, at a window on the first floor of the chateau, the ruddy and clean-shaven face of a person I did not recognize. "Hello," muttered Rouletabille, "Arthur Rance." He lowered his head, quickened his pace, and I heard him ask himself between his teeth, was he in the chateau that night? What is he doing here? We had gone some distance from the chateau when I asked him who this Arthur Rance was, and how he had come to know him. He referred to his story of that morning, and I remembered that Mr. Arthur W. Rance was the American from Philadelphia with whom he had had so many drinks at the Elysee reception. But was he not to have left France almost immediately? I asked. No doubt. That's why I am surprised to find him here still, and not only in France, but above all, at the Glandier. He did not arrive this morning, and he did not get here last night. He must have got here before dinner, then. Why didn't the concierges tell me? I reminded my friend, apropos of the concierges, that he had not yet told me what had led him to get them set at liberty. We were close to their lodge. Monsieur and Madame Bernier saw us coming. A frank smile lit up their happy faces. They seemed to harbor no ill feeling because of their detention. My young friend asked them at what hour Mr. Arthur Rance had arrived. They answered that they did not know he was at the chateau. He must have come during the evening of the previous night, but they had not had to open the gate for him, because, being a great walker, and not wishing that a carriage should be sent to meet him, he was accustomed to get off at the little hamlet of Saint-Michel, from which he came to the chateau by way of the forest. He reached the park by the grotto of Saint Genevieve, over the little gate of which, giving on to the park, he climbed. As the concierges spoke, I saw Rouletable's face cloud over and exhibit disappointment. A disappointment, no doubt, with himself. Evidently he was a little vexed, after having worked so much on the spot, with so minute a study of the people and events at the Glandier, that he had to learn now that Arthur Rance was accustomed to visit the chateau. You say that Monsieur Arthur Rance is accustomed to come to the chateau. When did he come here last? We can't tell you exactly, replied Madame Bernier. That was the name of the concierge. We couldn't know while they were keeping us in prison. Besides, as the gentleman comes to the chateau without passing through our gate, he goes away by the way he comes. Do you know when he came the first time? Oh yes, monsieur, 9 years ago. He was in France 9 years ago, then, said Rouletabille, and, since that time, as far as you know, how many times has he been at the Glandier? 3 times. When did he come the last time, as far as you know? A week before the attempt in the Yellow Room. Rouletabille put another question, this time addressing himself particularly to the woman. In the grove of the Parquet. In the grove of the Parquet, she replied. Thanks, said Rouletabille, be ready for me this evening. He spoke the last words with a finger on his lips as if to command silence and discretion. We left the park and took the way to the Donjon Inn. Do you often eat here? Sometimes. But you also take your meals at the chateau? Yes, Larsan and I are sometimes served in one of our rooms. Hasn't Monsieur Stangerson ever invited you to his own table? Never. Does your presence at the chateau displease him? I don't know, but, in any case, he does not make us feel that we are in his way. Doesn't he question you? Never. He is in the same state of mind as he was in at the door of the Yellow Room when his daughter was being murdered, and when he broke open the door and did not find the murderer. He is persuaded, since he could discover nothing, that there's no reason why we should be able to discover more than he did. But he has made it his duty, since Larsan expressed his theory, not to oppose us. Rouletabille buried himself in thought again for some time. He aroused himself later to tell me of how he came to set the 2 concierges free. I went lately to see Monsieur Stangerson, and took with me a piece of paper on which was written, I promise, whatever others may say, to keep in my service my 2 faithful servants, Bernier and his wife. I explained to him that, by signing that document, he would enable me to compel those 2 people to speak out, and I declared my own assurance of their innocence of any part in the crime. That was also his opinion. The examining magistrate, after it was signed, presented the document to the Berniers, who then did speak. They said, what I was certain they would say, as soon as they were sure they would not lose their place. They confessed to poaching on Monsieur Stangerson's estates, and it was while they were poaching, on the night of the crime, that they were found not far from the pavilion at the moment when the outrage was being committed. Some rabbits they caught in that way were sold by them to the landlord of the Donjon Inn, who served him to his customers, or sent him to Paris. That was the truth, as I had guessed from the first. Do you remember what I said, on entering the Donjon Inn? We shall have to eat red meat, now. I had heard the words on the same morning when we arrived at the park gate. You heard him also, but you did not attach any importance to them. You recollect, when we reached the park gate, that we stopped to look at a man who was running by the side of the wall, looking every minute at his watch. That was Larsan. Well, behind us the landlord of the Donjon Inn, standing on his doorstep, said to someone inside, we shall have to eat red meat, now. Why that, now, when you are, as I am, in search of some hidden secret, you can't afford to have anything escape you. You've got to know the meaning of everything. We had come into a rather out-of-the-way part of the country which had been turned topsy-turvy by a crime, and my reason led me to suspect every phrase that could bear upon the event of the day. Now, I took to mean, since the outrage. In the course of my inquiry, therefore, I sought to find a relation between that phrase and the tragedy. We went to the Donjon Inn for breakfast. I repeated the phrase and saw, by the surprise and trouble on Daddy Mathieu's face, that I had not exaggerated its importance, so far as he was concerned. I had just learned that the concierges had been arrested. Daddy Mathieu spoke of them as of dear friends, people for whom one is sorry. That was a reckless conjunction of ideas, I said to myself. Now that the concierges are arrested, we shall have to eat red meat. No more concierges, no more game. The hatred expressed by Daddy Mathieu for Monsieur Stangerson's forest keeper, a hatred he pretended was shared by the concierges, led me easily to think of poaching. Now, as all the evidence showed the concierges had not been in bed at the time of the tragedy, why were they abroad that night? As participants in the crime? I was not disposed to think so. I had already arrived at the conclusion, by steps of which I will tell you later, that the assassin had had no accomplice, and that the tragedy held a mystery between Mademoiselle Stangerson and the murderer, a mystery with which the concierges had nothing to do. With that theory in my mind, I searched for proof in their lodge, which, as you know, I entered. I found there under their bed some springs and brass wire. Ah, I thought, these things explain why they were out in the park at night. I was not surprised at the dogged silence they maintained before the examining magistrate, even under the accusation so grave as that of being accomplices in the crime. Poaching would save them from the assize court, but it would lose them their places, and, as they were perfectly sure of their innocence of the crime, they hoped it would soon be established, and then their poaching might go on as usual. They could always confess later. I, however, hastened their confession by means of the document Monsieur Stangerson signed. They gave all the necessary proofs, were set at liberty, and have now a lively gratitude for me. Why did I not get them released sooner? Because I was not sure that nothing more than poaching was against them. I wanted to study the ground. As the days went by, my conviction became more and more certain. The day after the events of the inexplicable gallery I had need of help I could rely on, so I resolved to have them released at once. That was how Joseph Rouletabille explained himself. Once more I could not but be astonished at the simplicity of the reasoning which had brought him to the truth of the matter. Certainly this was no big thing, but I think, myself, that the young man will, one of these days, explain with the same simplicity the fearful tragedy in the Yellow Room as well as the phenomenon of the inexplicable gallery. We reached the Donjon Inn and entered it. This time we did not see the landlord, but were received with a pleasant smile by the hostess. I have already described the room in which we found ourselves, and I have given a glimpse of the charming blonde woman with the gentle eyes who now immediately began to prepare our breakfast. "How's Daddy Mathieu?" asked Rouletabille. "Not much better, not much better. He is still confined to his bed." "His rheumatism still sticks to him, then?" "Yes, last night I was again obliged to give him morphine, the only drug that gives him any relief." She spoke in a soft voice. Everything about her expressed gentleness. She was, indeed, a beautiful woman, somewhat with an air of indolence, with great eyes seemingly black and blue, amorous eyes. Was she happy with her crabbed, rheumatic husband? The scene at which we had once been present did not lead us to believe that she was. Yet there was something in her bearing that was not suggestive of despair. She disappeared into the kitchen to prepare our repast, leaving on the table a bottle of excellent cider. Rouletabille filled our earthenware mugs, loaded his pipe, and quietly explained to me his reason for asking me to come to the Glandier with revolvers. Yes, he said, contemplatively looking at the clouds of smoke he was puffing out, yes, my dear boy, I expect the assassin tonight. A brief silence followed, which I took care not to interrupt, and then he went on. Last night, just as I was going to bed, Monsieur Robert Darzac knocked at my room. When he came in he confided to me that he was compelled to go to Paris the next day, that is, this morning. The reason which made this journey necessary was at once peremptory and mysterious. It was not possible for him to explain its object to me. I go, and yet, he added, I would give my life not to leave Mademoiselle Stangerson at this moment. He did not try to hide that he believed her to be once more in danger. It will not greatly astonish me if something happens tomorrow night, he avowed, and yet I must be absent. I cannot be back at the Glandier before the morning of the day after tomorrow. I asked him to explain himself, and this is all he would tell me. His anticipation of coming danger had come to him solely from the coincidence that Mademoiselle Stangerson had been twice attacked, and both times when he had been absent. On the night of the incident of the inexplicable gallery, he had been obliged to be away from the Glandier. On the night of the tragedy in the Yellow Room, he had also not been able to be at the Glandier, though this was the first time he had declared himself on the matter. Now a man so moved who should still go away must be acting under compulsion, must be obeying a will stronger than his own. That was how I reasoned, and I told him so. He replied, perhaps. I asked him if Mademoiselle Stangerson was compelling him. He protested that she was not. His determination to go to Paris had been taken without any conference with Mademoiselle Stangerson. To cut the story short, he repeated that his belief in the possibility of a fresh attack was founded entirely on the extraordinary coincidence. If anything happens to Mademoiselle Stangerson, he said, it would be terrible for both of us. For her, because her life would be in danger. For me, because I could neither defend her from the attack nor tell of where I had been. I am perfectly aware of the suspicions cast on me. The examining magistrate and Monsieur Larsan are both on the point of believing in my guilt. Larsan tracked me the last time I went to Paris, and I had all the trouble in the world to get rid of him. Why do you not tell me the name of the murderer now, if you know it? I cried. Monsieur Darzac appeared extremely troubled by my question, and replied to me in a hesitating tone. I know the name of the murderer. Why, how could I know his name? I at once replied, from Mademoiselle Stangerson. He grew so pale that I thought he was about to faint, and I saw that I had hit the right nail on the head. Mademoiselle, and he knew the name of the murderer. When he recovered himself, he said to me, I am going to leave you. Since you have been here I have appreciated your exceptional intelligence and your unequaled ingenuity. But I ask this service of you. Perhaps I am wrong to fear an attack during the coming night, but, as I must act with foresight, I count on you to frustrate any attempt that may be made. Take every step needful to protect Mademoiselle Stangerson. Keep a most careful watch of her room. Don't go to sleep, nor allow yourself one moment of repose. The man we dread is remarkably cunning, with a cunning that has never been equaled. If you keep watch, his very cunning may save her. because it's impossible that he should not know that you are watching, and knowing it, he may not venture. Have you spoken of all this to Monsieur Stangerson? No, I do not wish him to ask me, as you just now did, for the name of the murderer. I tell you all this, Monsieur Rouletabille, because I have great, very great, confidence in you. I know that you do not suspect me. The poor man spoke in jerks. He was evidently suffering. I pitied him, the more because I felt sure that he would rather allow himself to be killed than tell me who the murderer was. As for Mademoiselle Stangerson, I felt that she would rather allow herself to be murdered than denounce the man of the Yellow Room and of the inexplicable gallery. The man must be dominating her, or both, by some inscrutable power. They were dreading nothing so much as the chance of Monsieur Stangerson knowing that his daughter was held by her assailant. I made Monsieur Darzac understand that he had explained himself sufficiently, and that he might refrain from telling me any more than he had already told me. I promised him to watch through the night. He insisted that I should establish an absolutely impassable barrier about Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber, around the boudoir where the nurses were sleeping, and around the drawing-room where, since the affair of the inexplicable gallery, Monsieur Stangerson had slept. In short, I was to put a cordon round the whole apartment. From his insistence I gathered that Monsieur Darzac intended not only to make it impossible for the expected man to reach the chamber of Mademoiselle Stangerson, but to make that impossibility so visibly clear that, seeing himself expected, he would at once go away. That was how I interpreted his final words when we parted. You may mention your suspicions of the expected attack to Monsieur Stangerson, to Daddy Jacques, to Frédéric Larsan, and to anybody in the chateau. The poor fellow left me hardly knowing what he was saying. My silence and my eyes told him that I had guessed a large part of his secret. And, indeed, he must have been at his wits' end, to have come to me at such a time, and to abandon Mademoiselle Stangerson in spite of his fixed idea as to the coincidence. When he was gone, I began to think that I should have to use even a greater cunning than his, so that if the man should come that night, he might not for a moment suspect that his coming had been expected. Certainly, I would allow him to get in far enough, so that, dead or alive, I might see his face clearly. He must be got rid of. Mademoiselle Stangerson must be freed from this continual impending danger. Yes, my boy, said Rouletabille, after placing his pipe on the table, and emptying his mug of cider, I must see his face distinctly, so as to make sure to impress it on that part of my brain where I have drawn my circle of reasoning. The landlady reappeared at that moment, bringing in the traditional bacon omelette. Rouletabille chaffed her a little, and she took the chaff with the most charming good humor. She is much jollier when Daddy Mathieu is in bed with his rheumatism, Rouletabille said to me. But I had eyes neither for Rouletabille nor for the landlady's smiles. I was entirely absorbed over the last words of my young friend and in thinking over Monsieur Robert Darzac's strange behavior. When he had finished his omelette and we were again alone, Rouletabille continued the tale of his confidences. When I sent you my telegram this morning, he said, I had only the word of Monsieur Darzac, that, perhaps, the assassin would come tonight. I can now say that he will certainly come. I expect him. What has made you feel this certainty? I have been sure since 10:30 this morning that he would come. I knew that before we saw Arthur Rance at the window in the court. Ah, I said, but, again, what made you so sure? And why since 10:30 this morning? Because, at 10:30, I had proof that Mademoiselle Stangerson was making as many efforts to permit of the murderer's entrance as Monsieur Robert Darzac had taken precautions against it. "Is that possible?" I cried. "Haven't you told me that Mademoiselle Stangerson loves Monsieur Robert Darzac?" "I told you so because it is the truth." "Then do you see nothing strange?" "Everything in this business is strange, my friend. But take my word for it, the strangeness you now feel is nothing to the strangeness that's to come. It must be admitted, then," I said, "that Mademoiselle Stangerson and her murderer are in communication, at any rate in writing." "Admit it, my friend, admit it. You don't risk anything. I told you about the letter left on her table, on the night of the inexplicable gallery affair, the letter that disappeared into the pocket of Mademoiselle Stangerson. Why should it not have been a summons to a meeting? Might he not, as soon as he was sure of Darzac's absence, appoint the meeting for the coming night?" And my friend laughed silently. There are moments when I ask myself if he is not laughing at me. The door of the inn opened. Rouletabille was on his feet so suddenly that one might have thought he had received an electric shock. "Mr. Arthur Rance," he cried. Mr. Arthur Rance stood before us calmly bowing. Chapter 20. An Act of Mademoiselle Stangerson. "You remember me, monsieur?" asked Rouletabille. "Perfectly," replied Arthur Rance. "I recognize you as the lad at the bar." The face of Rouletabille crimsoned at being called a lad. "I want to shake hands with you. You are a bright little fellow." The American extended his hand and Rouletabille, relaxing his frown, shook it and introduced Mr. Arthur Rance to me. He invited him to share our meal. "No thanks. I breakfasted with Monsieur Stangerson." Arthur Rance spoke French perfectly, almost without an accent. "I did not expect to have the pleasure of seeing you again, monsieur. I thought you were to have left France the day after the reception at the Élysée." Rouletabille and I, outwardly indifferent, listened most intently for every word the American would say. The man's purplish-red face, his heavy eyelids, the nervous twitchings, all spoke of his addiction to drink. How come it that so sorry a specimen of a man should be so intimate with Monsieur Stangerson? Some days later, I learned from Frédéric Larsan, who, like ourselves, was surprised and mystified by his appearance and reception at the chateau, that Mr. Rance had been an inebriate for about 15 years only, that is to say, since the professor and his daughter left Philadelphia. During the time the Stangersons lived in America, they were very intimate with Arthur Rance, who was one of the most distinguished phrenologists of the New World. Owing to new experiments, he had made enormous strides beyond the science of Gall and Lavater. The friendliness with which he was received at the Glandier may be explained by the fact that he had rendered Mademoiselle Stangerson a great service by stopping, at the peril of his own life, the runaway horses of her carriage. The immediate result of that kid, however, have been no more than a mere friendly association with the Stangersons, certainly not a love affair. Frédéric Larsan did not tell me where he had picked up this information, but he appeared to be quite sure of what he said. Had we known these facts at the time Arthur Rance met us at the Donjon Inn, his presence at the chateau might not have puzzled us, but they could not have failed to increase our interest in the man himself. The American must have been at least 45 years old. He spoke in a perfectly natural tone in reply to Rouletabille's question. "I put off my return to America when I heard of the attack on Mademoiselle Stangerson. I wanted to be certain the lady had not been killed, and I shall not go away until she is perfectly recovered." Arthur Rance then took the lead in talk, paying no heed to some of Rouletable's questions. He gave us, without our inviting him, his personal views on the subject of the tragedy, views which, as well as I could make out, were not far from those held by Frédéric Larsan. The American also thought that Robert Darzac had something to do with the matter. He did not mention him by name, but there was no room to doubt whom he meant. He told us he was aware of the efforts young Rouletabille was making to unravel the tangled skein of the Yellow Room mystery. He explained that Monsieur Stangerson had related to him all that had taken place in the inexplicable gallery. He several times expressed his regret at Monsieur Darzac's absence from the chateau on all these occasions, and thought that Monsieur Darzac had done cleverly in allying himself with Monsieur Joseph Rouletabille, who could not fail, sooner or later, to discover the murderer. He spoke the last sentence with unconcealed irony. Then he rose, bowed to us, and left the inn. Rouletabille watched him through the window. "An odd fish, that," he said. "Do you think he'll pass the night at the Glandier?" I asked. To my amazement, the young reporter answered that it was a matter of entire indifference to him whether he did or not. As to how we spent our time during the afternoon, all I need say is that Rouletabille led me to the grotto of Sainte Geneviève, and, all the time, talked of every subject but the one with which we were most interested. Towards evening I was surprised to find Rouletabille making none of the preparations I had expected him to make. I spoke to him about it when night had come on, and we were once more in his room. He replied that all his arrangements had already been made, and this time the murderer would not get away from him. I expressed some doubt on this, reminding him of his disappearance in the gallery, and suggested that the same phenomenon might occur again. He answered that he hoped it would. He desired nothing more. I did not insist, knowing by experience how useless that would have been. He told me that, with the help of the concierges, the chateau had since early dawn been watched in such a way that nobody could approach it without his knowing it, and that he had no concern for those who might have left it and remained without. It was then 6 o'clock by his watch. Rising, he made a sign to me to follow him, and, without in the least trying to conceal his movements or the sound of his footsteps, he led me through the gallery. We reached the right gallery and came to the landing place which we crossed. We then continued our way in the gallery of the left wing, passing Professor Stangerson's apartment. At the far end of the gallery, before coming to the donjon, is the room occupied by Arthur Rance. We knew that, because we had seen him at the window looking on to the court. The door of the room opens onto the end of the gallery, exactly facing the east window, at the extremity of the right gallery, where Rouletabille had placed Daddy Jacques, and commands an uninterrupted view of the gallery from end to end of the chateau. "That off-turning gallery," said Rouletabille, "I reserve for myself, when I tell you you'll come and take your place here." And he made me enter a little dark, triangular closet built in a bend of the wall, to the left of the door of Arthur Rance's room. From this recess I could see all that occurred in the gallery as well as if I had been standing in front of Arthur Rance's door, and I could watch that door, too. The door of the closet, which was to be my place of observation, was fitted with panels of transparent glass. In the gallery, where all the lamps had been lit, it was quite light. In the closet, however, it was quite dark. It was a splendid place from which to observe and remain unobserved. I was soon to play the part of a spy, a common policeman. I wonder what my leader at the bar would have said had he known. I was not altogether pleased with my duties, but I could not refuse Rouletabille the assistance he had begged me to give him. I took care not to make him see that I in the least objected, and for several reasons. I wanted to oblige him. I did not wish him to think me a coward. I was filled with curiosity, and it was too late for me to draw back, even had I determined to do so. That I had not had these scruples sooner was because my curiosity had quite got the better of me. I might also urge that I was helping to save the life of a woman, and even a lawyer may do that conscientiously. We returned along the gallery. On reaching the door of Mademoiselle Stangerson's apartment, it opened from a push given by the steward who was waiting at the dinner table. Monsieur Stangerson had, for the last 3 days, dined with his daughter in the drawing-room on the first floor. As the door remained open, we distinctly saw Mademoiselle Stangerson taking advantage of the steward's absence, and while her father was stooping to pick up something he had let fall, pour the contents of a phial into Monsieur Stangerson's glass. Chapter 21. On the Watch. The act, which staggered me, did not appear to affect Rouletabille much. We returned to his room and, without even referring to what we had seen, he gave me his final instructions for the night. First we were to go to dinner. After dinner, I was to take my stand in the dark closet and wait there as long as it was necessary, to look out for what might happen. If you see anything before I do, he explained, you must let me know. If the man gets into the right gallery by any other way than the off-turning gallery, you will see him before I shall, because you have a view along the whole length of the right gallery, while I can only command a view of the off-turning gallery. All you need do to let me know is to undo the cord holding the curtain of the right gallery window nearest to the dark closet. The curtain will fall of itself and immediately leave a square of shadow where previously there had been a square of light. To do this, you need but stretch your hand out of the closet. I shall understand your signal perfectly. And then you will see me coming round the corner of the off-turning gallery. What am I to do then? You will immediately come towards me, behind the man, but I shall already be upon him, and shall have seen his face. I attempted a feeble smile. Why do you smile? Well, you may smile while you have the chance, but I swear you'll have no time for that a few hours from now. And if the man escapes? So much the better, said Rouletabille, coolly, I don't want to capture him. He may take himself off any way he can. I will let him go, after I have seen his face. That's all I want. I shall know afterwards what to do so that as far as Mademoiselle Stangerson is concerned he shall be dead to her even though he continues to live. If I took him alive, Mademoiselle Stangerson and Robert Darzac would, perhaps, never forgive me. And I wish to retain their goodwill and respect. Seeing, as I have just now seen, Mademoiselle Stangerson pour a narcotic into her father's glass, so that he might not be awake to interrupt the conversation she is going to have with her murderer, you can imagine she would not be grateful to me if I brought the man of the Yellow Room and the inexplicable gallery, bound and gagged, to her father. I realize now that if I am to save the unhappy lady, I must silence the man and not capture him. To kill a human being is no small thing. Besides, that's not my business, unless the man himself makes it my business. On the other hand, to render him forever silent without the lady's assent and confidence is to act on one's own initiative and assumes a knowledge of everything with nothing for a basis. Fortunately, my friend, I have guessed, no, I have reasoned it all out. All that I ask of the man who is coming tonight is to bring me his face, so that it may enter into the circle. Exactly, and his face won't surprise me. But I thought you saw his face on the night when you sprang into the chamber. Only imperfectly. The candle was on the floor. And his beard. Will he wear his beard this evening? I think I can say for certain that he will. But the gallery is light and, now, I know, or, at least, my brain knows, and my eyes will see. If we are here only to see him and let him escape, why are we armed? Because, if the man of the yellow room and the inexplicable gallery knows that I know, he is capable of doing anything. We should then have to defend ourselves. And you are sure he will come tonight? As sure as that you were standing there. This morning, at 10:30, Mademoiselle Stangerson, in the cleverest way in the world, arranged to have no nurses tonight. She gave them leave of absence for 24 hours, under some plausible pretexts, and did not desire anybody to be with her but her father, while they are away. Her father, who is to sleep in the boudoir, has gladly consented to the arrangement. Darzac's departure and what he told me, as well as the extraordinary precautions Mademoiselle Stangerson is taking to be alone tonight, leaves me no room for doubt. She has prepared the way for the coming of the man whom Darzac dreads. That's awful. It is. And what we saw her do was done to send her father to sleep. Yes. Then there are but two of us for tonight's work. 4. The concierge and his wife will watch at all hazards. I don't set much value on him before, but the concierge may be useful after, if there's to be any killing. Then you think there may be? If he wishes it. Why haven't you brought in Daddy Jacques? Have you made no use of him today? No, replied Rouletabille sharply. I kept silence for a while, then, anxious to know his thoughts, I asked him point blank. Why not tell Arthur Rance? He may be of great assistance to us. Oh, said Rouletabille crossly, then you want to let everybody into Mademoiselle Stangerson's secrets. Come, let us go to dinner. It is time. This evening we dine in Frédéric Larsan's room, at least, if he is not on the heels of Darzac. He sticks to him like a leech. But, anyhow, if he is not there now, I am quite sure he will be, tonight. He's the one I am going to knock over. At this moment we heard a noise in the room near us. It must be he, said Rouletabille. I forgot to ask you, I said, if we are to make any allusion to tonight's business when we are with this policeman. I take it we are not. Is that so? Evidently, we are going to operate alone, on our own personal account. So that all the glory will be ours. Rouletabille laughed. We dined with Frédéric Larsan in his room. He told us he had just come in and invited us to be seated at table. We ate our dinner in the best of humors, and I had no difficulty in appreciating the feelings of certainty which both Rouletabille and Larsan felt. Rouletabille told the great Fred that I had come on a chance visit, and that he had asked me to stay and help him in the heavy batch of writing he had to get through for the Epoque. I was going back to Paris, he said, by the 11 o'clock train, taking his copy, which took a story form, recounting the principal episodes in the mysteries of the Glandier. Larsan smiled at the explanation like a man who was not fooled and politely refrains from making the slightest remark on matters which did not concern him. With infinite precautions as to the words they used, and even as to the tones of their voices, Larsan and Rouletabille discussed, for a long time, Mr. Arthur Rance's appearance at the chateau, and his past in America, about which they expressed a desire to know more, at any rate, so far as his relations with the Stangersons. At one time, Larsan, who appeared to me to be unwell, said, with an effort, "I think, Monsieur Rouletabille, that we've not much more to do at the Glandier, and that we shan't sleep here many more nights." "I think so, too, Monsieur Fred." "Then you think the conclusion of the matter has been reached?" "I think, indeed, that we have nothing more to find out," replied Rouletabille. "Have you found your criminal?" asked Larsan. "Have you?" "Yes." "So have I," said Rouletabille. "Can it be the same man?" "I don't know if you have swerved from your original idea," said the young reporter. Then he added, with emphasis, "Monsieur Darzac is an honest man." "Are you sure of that?" asked Larsan. "Well, I am sure he is not. So it's a fight then?" "Yes, it is a fight. But I shall beat you, Monsieur Frederic Larsan." "Youth never doubts anything," said the great Fred laughingly, and held out his hand to me by way of conclusion. Rouletabille's answer came like an echo. "Not anything." Suddenly Larsan, who had risen to wish us good night, pressed both his hands to his chest and staggered. He was obliged to lean on Rouletabille for support, and to save himself from falling. "Oh, oh," he cried, "what is the matter with me? Have I been poisoned?" He looked at us with haggard eyes. We questioned him vainly. He did not answer us. He had sunk into an armchair and we could get not a word from him. We were extremely distressed, both on his account and on our own, for we had partaken of all the dishes he had eaten. He seemed to be out of pain, but his heavy head had fallen on his shoulder and his eyelids were tightly closed. Rouletabille bent over him, listening for the beatings of the heart. My friend's face, however, when he stood up, was as calm as it had been a moment before agitated. "He is asleep," he said. He led me to his chamber, after closing Larsan's room. "The drug?" I asked. "Does Mademoiselle Stangerson wish to put everybody to sleep, tonight?" "Perhaps," replied Rouletabille, but I could see he was thinking of something else. "But what about us?" I exclaimed. "How do we know that we have not been drugged?" "Do you feel indisposed?" Rouletabille asked me coolly. "Not in the least." "Do you feel any inclination to go to sleep?" "None whatever." "Well, then, my friend, smoke this excellent cigar." And he handed me a choice Havana, one Monsieur Darzac had given him, while he lit his briarwood, his eternal briarwood. We remained in his room until about 10 o'clock without a word passing between us. Buried in an armchair, Rouletabille sat and smoked steadily, his brow in thought and a far-away look in his eyes. On the stroke of 10 he took off his boots and signed to me to do the same. Standing in our socks he said, in so low a tone that I guessed, rather than heard, the word. "Revolver." I drew my revolver from my jacket pocket. "Cock it," he said. I did as he directed. Then, moving towards the door of his room, he opened it with infinite precaution. It made no sound. We were in the off-turning gallery. Rouletabille made another sign to me, which I understood to mean that I was to take up my post in the dark closet. When I was some distance from him, he rejoined me and embraced me, and then I saw him, with the same precaution, return to his room. Astonished by his embrace, and somewhat disquieted by it, I arrived at the right gallery without difficulty, crossing the landing place, and reaching the dark closet. Before entering it, I examined the curtain cord of the window and found that I had only to release it from its fastening with my fingers for the curtain to fall by its own weight and hide the square of light from Rouletabille, the signal agreed upon. The sound of a footstep made me halt before Arthur Rance's door. He was not yet in bed, then. How was it that, being in the chateau, he had not dined with Monsieur Stangerson and his daughter? I had not seen him at table with him, at the moment when we looked in. I retired into the dark closet. I found myself perfectly situated. I could see along the whole length of the gallery. Nothing, absolutely nothing could pass there without my seeing it. But what was going to pass there? Rouletable's embrace came back to my mind. I argued that people don't part from each other in that way unless on an important or dangerous occasion. Was I then in danger? My hand closed on the butt of my revolver and I waited. I am not a hero, but neither am I a coward. I waited about an hour, and during all that time I saw nothing unusual. The rain, which had begun to come down strongly towards 9 o'clock, had now ceased. My friend had told me that, probably, nothing would occur before midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. It was not more than 11:30, however, when I heard the door of Arthur Rance's room open very slowly. The door remained open for a minute, which seemed to me a long time. As it opened into the gallery, that is to say, outwards, I could not see what was passing in the room behind the door. At that moment I noticed a strange sound, 3 times repeated, coming from the park. Ordinarily I should not have attached any more importance to it than I would to the noise of cats on the roof. But the 3rd time, the mew was so sharp and penetrating that I remembered what I had heard about the cry of the Bête du Bon Dieu. As the cry had accompanied all the events at the Glandier, I could not refrain from shuddering at the thought. Directly afterwards I saw a man appear on the outside of the door, and close it after him. At first I could not recognize him, for his back was towards me and he was bending over a rather bulky package. When he had closed the door and picked up the package, he turned towards the dark closet, and then I saw who he was. He was the forest keeper, the Green Man. He was wearing the same costume that he had worn when I first saw him on the road in front of the Donjon Inn. There was no doubt about his being the keeper. As the cry of the Bête du Bon Dieu came for the 3rd time, he put down the package and went to the 2nd window, counting from the dark closet. I dared not risk making any movement, fearing I might betray my presence. Arrived at the window, he peered out onto the park. The night was now light, the moon showing at intervals. The Green Man raised his arms twice, making signs which I did not understand. Then, leaving the window, he again took up his package and moved along the gallery towards the landing place. Rouletabille had instructed me to undo the curtain cord when I saw anything. Was Rouletabille expecting this? It was not my business to question. All I had to do was obey instructions. I unfastened the window cord, my heart beating the while as if it would burst. The man reached the landing place, but, to my utter surprise, I had expected to see him continue to pass along the gallery. I saw him descend the stairs leading to the vestibule. What was I to do? I looked stupidly at the heavy curtain which had shut the light from the window. The signal had been given, and I did not see Rouletabille appear at the corner of the off-turning gallery. Nobody appeared. I was exceedingly perplexed. Half an hour passed, an age to me. What was I to do now, even if I saw something? The signal once given, I could not give it a 2nd time. To venture into the gallery might upset all Rouletabille's plans. After all, I had nothing to reproach myself with, and if something had happened that my friend had not expected, he could only blame himself. Unable to be of any further assistance to him by means of a signal, I left the dark closet and, still in my socks, picked my steps and made my way to the off-turning gallery. There was no one there. I went to the door of Rouletable's room and listened. I could hear nothing. I knocked gently. There was no answer. I turned the door handle and the door opened. I entered. Rouletabille lay extended at full length on the floor. Chapter 22. The Incredible Body. I bent in great anxiety over the body of the reporter and had the joy to find that he was deeply sleeping, the same unhealthy sleep that I had seen fall upon Frederic Larsan. He had succumbed to the influence of the same drug that had been mixed with our food. How was it then that I, also, had not been overcome by it? I reflected that the drug must have been put into our wine, because that would explain my condition. I never drink when eating. Naturally inclined to obesity, I am restricted to a dry diet. I shook Rouletabille, but could not succeed in waking him. This, no doubt, was the work of Mademoiselle Stangerson. She had certainly thought it necessary to guard herself against this young man as well as her father. I recalled that the steward, in serving us, had recommended an excellent Chablis which, no doubt, had come from the professor's table. More than a quarter of an hour passed. I resolved, under the pressing circumstances, to resort to extreme measures. I threw a pitcher of cold water over Rouletabille's head. He opened his eyes. I beat his face, and raised him up. I felt him stiffen in my arms and heard him murmur, go on, but don't make any noise." I pinched him and shook him until he was able to stand up. We were saved. "They sent me to sleep," he said. I passed an awful quarter of an hour before giving way. But it is over now. Don't leave me." He had no sooner uttered those words than we were thrilled by a frightful cry that rang through the chateau, a veritable death cry. "Malheur!" roared Rouletabille. "We shall be too late." He tried to rush to the door, but he was too dazed, and fell against the wall. I was already in the gallery, revolver in hand, rushing like a madman towards Mademoiselle Stangerson's room. The moment I arrived at the intersection of the off-turning gallery and the right gallery, I saw a figure leaving her apartment, which, in a few strides, had reached the landing place. I was not master of myself. I fired. The report from the revolver made a deafening noise, but the man continued his flight down the stairs. I ran behind him, shouting, "Stop! Stop, or I will kill you." As I rushed after him down the stairs, I came face to face with Arthur Rance coming from the left wing of the chateau, yelling, "What is it? What is it?" We arrived almost at the same time at the foot of the staircase. The window of the vestibule was open. We distinctly saw the form of a man running away. Instinctively we fired our revolvers in his direction. He was not more than 10 paces in front of us. He staggered and we thought he was going to fall. We had sprung out of the window, but the man dashed off with renewed vigor. I was in my socks, and the American was barefooted. There being no hope of overtaking him, we fired our last cartridges at him. But he still kept on running, going along the right side of the court towards the end of the right wing of the chateau, which had no other outlet than the door of the little chamber occupied by the forest keeper. The man, though he was evidently wounded by our bullets, was now 20 yards ahead of us. Suddenly, behind us, and above our heads, a window in the gallery opened and we heard the voice of Rouletabille crying out desperately, "Fire! Bernier! Fire!" At that moment the clear moonlight night was further lit by a broad flash. By its light we saw Daddy Bernier with his gun on the threshold of the donjon door. He had taken good aim. The shadow fell. but as it had reached the end of the right wing of the chateau, it fell on the other side of the angle of the building. That is to say, we saw it about to fall, but not the actual sinking to the ground. Bernier, Arthur Rance and myself reached the other side 20 seconds later. The shadow was lying dead at our feet. Aroused from his lethargy by the cries and reports, Larsan opened the window of his chamber and called out to us. Rouletabille, quite awake now, joined us at the same moment, and I cried out to him. "He is dead. Is dead." "So much the better," he said. "Take him into the vestibule of the chateau." Then, as if on second thought, he said, "No, no. Let us put him in his own room." Rouletabille knocked at the door. Nobody answered. Naturally, this did not surprise me. "He is evidently not there, otherwise he would have come out," said the reporter. "Let us carry him to the vestibule then." Since reaching the dead shadow, a thick cloud had covered the moon and darkened the night, so that we were unable to make out the features. Daddy Jacques, who had now joined us, helped us to carry the body into the vestibule, where we laid it down on the lower step of the stairs. On the way, I had felt my hands wet from the warm blood flowing from the wounds. Daddy Jacques flew to the kitchen and returned with a lantern. He held it close to the face of the dead shadow, and we recognized the keeper, the man called by the landlord of the Donjon Inn the Green Man, whom, an hour earlier, I had seen come out of Arthur Rance's chamber carrying a parcel. But what I had seen I could only tell Rouletabille later, when we were alone. Rouletabille and Frédéric Larsan experienced a cruel disappointment at the result of the night's adventure. They could only look in consternation and stupefaction at the body of the Green Man. Daddy Jacques showed a stupidly sorrowful face and with silly lamentations kept repeating that we were mistaken. The keeper could not be the assailant. We were obliged to compel him to be quiet. He could not have shown greater grief had the body been that of his own son. I noticed, while all the rest of us were more or less undressed and barefooted, that he was fully clothed. Rouletabille had not left the body. Kneeling on the flagstones by the light of Daddy Jacques' lantern, he removed the clothes from the body and laid bare its breast. Then, snatching the lantern from Daddy Jacques, he held it over the corpse and saw a gaping wound. Rising suddenly, he exclaimed in a voice filled with savage irony, "The man you believe to have been shot was killed by the stab of a knife in his heart." I thought Rouletabille had gone mad, but, bending over the body, I quickly satisfied myself that Rouletabille was right. Not a sign of a bullet anywhere. The wound, evidently made by a sharp blade, had penetrated the heart. Chapter 23. The Double Scent. I had hardly recovered from the surprise into which this new discovery had plunged me, when Rouletabille touched me on the shoulder and asked me to follow him into his room. "What are we going to do there?" "To think the matter over." I confess I was in no condition for doing much thinking, nor could I understand how Rouletabille could so control himself as to be able calmly to sit down for reflection when he must have known that Mademoiselle Stangerson was at that moment almost on the point of death. But his self-control was more than I could explain. Closing the door of his room, he motioned me to a chair and, seating himself before me, took out his pipe. We sat there for some time in silence and then I fell asleep. When I awoke it was daylight. It was 8 o'clock by my watch. Rouletabille was no longer in the room. I rose to go out when the door opened and my friend re-entered. He had evidently lost no time. "How about Mademoiselle Stangerson?" I asked him. "Her condition, though very alarming, is not desperate." "When did you leave this room?" Towards dawn. I guess you have been hard at work. Rather. Have you found out anything? 2 sets of footprints. Do they explain anything? Yes. Have they anything to do with the mystery of the keeper's body? Yes. The mystery is no longer a mystery. This morning, walking round the chateau, I found 2 distinct sets of footprints, made at the same time, last night. They were made by 2 persons walking side by side. I followed them from the court towards the oak grove. Larsan joined me. They were the same kind of footprints as were made at the time of the assault in the Yellow Room. One set was from clumsy boots and the other was made by neat ones, except that the big toe of one of the sets was of a different size from the one measured in the Yellow Room incident. I compared the marks with the paper patterns I had previously made. Still following the tracks of the prints, Larsan and I passed out of the oak grove and reached the border of the lake. There they turned off to a little path leading to the high road to Epinay, where we lost the traces in the newly macadamized highway. We went back to the chateau and parted at the courtyard. We met again, however, in Daddy Jacques' room, to which our separate trains of thinking had led us both. We found the old servant in bed. His clothes on the chair were wet through and his boots very muddy. He certainly did not get into that state in helping us to carry the body of the keeper. It was not raining then. Then his face showed extreme fatigue and he looked at us out of terror-stricken eyes. On our first questioning him, he told us that he had gone to bed immediately after the doctor had arrived. On pressing him, however, for it was evident to us he was not speaking the truth, he confessed that he had been away from the chateau. He explained his absence by saying that he had a headache and went out into the fresh air, but had gone no further than the oak grove. When we then described to him the whole route he had followed, he sat up in bed trembling. "And you were not alone," cried Larsan. "Did you see it then?" gasped Daddy Jacques. "What?" I asked. "The phantom, the black phantom." Then he told us that for several nights he had seen what he kept calling the black phantom. It came into the park at the stroke of midnight and glided stealthily through the trees. It appeared to him to pass through the trunks of the trees. Twice he had seen it from his window, by the light of the moon, and had risen and followed the strange apparition. The night before last he had almost overtaken it, but it had vanished at the corner of the donjon. Last night, however, he had not left the chateau, his mind being disturbed by a presentiment that some new crime would be attempted. Suddenly he saw the black phantom rush out from somewhere in the middle of the court. He followed it to the lake and to the high road to Epinay, where the phantom suddenly disappeared. "Did you see his face?" demanded Larsan. "No. I saw nothing but black veils." "Did you go out after what passed on the gallery?" "I could not. I was terrified." "Daddy Jacques," I said, in a threatening voice, "you did not follow it. You and the phantom walked to Epinay together, arm in arm." "No," he cried, turning his eyes away, "I did not. It came on to pour, and I turned back. I don't know what became of the black phantom. We left him, and when we were outside I turned to Larsan, looking him full in the face, and put my question suddenly to take him off his guard. 'An accomplice?' 'How can I tell?' he replied, shrugging his shoulders. 'You can't be sure of anything in a case like this. 24 hours ago I would have sworn that there was no accomplice.' He left me saying he was off to Epinay. Well, what do you make of it? I asked Rouletabille, after he had ended his recital. Personally, I am utterly in the dark. I can't make anything out of it. What do you gather? Everything, Everything, he exclaimed. But, he said abruptly, let's find out further about Mademoiselle Stangerson. Chapter 24. Rouletabille knows the two halves of the murderer. Mademoiselle Stangerson had been for the second time almost murdered. Unfortunately, she was in too weak a state to bear the severer injuries of this second attack as well as she had those of the first. She had received 3 wounds in the breast from the murderer's knife, and she lay long between life and death. Her strong physique, however, saved her, but though she recovered physically, it was found that her mind had been affected. The slightest allusion to the terrible incident sent her into delirium, and the arrest of Robert Darzac, which followed on the day following the tragic death of the keeper, seemed to sink her fine intelligence into complete melancholia. Robert Darzac arrived at the chateau towards 9:30. I saw him hurrying through the park, his hair and clothes in disorder and his face a deadly white. Rouletabille and I were looking out of a window in the gallery. He saw us, and gave a despairing cry. I'm too late. Rouletabille answered, she lives. A minute later, Darzac had gone into Mademoiselle Stangerson's room and, through the door, we could hear his heart-rending sobs. There's a fate about this place, groaned Rouletabille. Some infernal gods must be watching over the misfortunes of this family. If I had not been drugged, I should have saved Mademoiselle Stangerson. I should have silenced him forever, and the keeper would not have been killed. Monsieur Darzac came in to speak with us. His distress was terrible. Rouletabille told him everything. His preparations for Mademoiselle Stangerson's safety, his plans for either capturing or for disposing of the assailant forever, and how he would have succeeded had it not been for the drugging. If only you had trusted me, said the young man, in a low tone, if you had but begged Mademoiselle Stangerson to confide in me. But, then, everybody here distrusts everybody else, the daughter distrusts her father, and even her lover. While you ask me to protect her, she is doing all she can to frustrate me. That was why I came on the scene too late. At Monsieur Robert Darzac's request, Rouletabille described the whole scene. Leaning on the wall, to prevent himself from falling, he had made his way to Mademoiselle Stangerson's room, while we were running after the supposed murderer. The ante-room door was open, and when he entered he found Mademoiselle Stangerson lying partly thrown over the desk. Her dressing gown was dyed with the blood flowing from her bosom. Still under the influence of the drug, he felt he was walking in a horrible nightmare. He went back to the gallery automatically, opened a window, shouted his order to fire, and then returned to the room. He crossed the deserted boudoir, entered the drawing room, and tried to rouse Monsieur Stangerson, who was lying on a sofa. Monsieur Stangerson rose stupidly and let himself be drawn by Rouletabille into the room where, on seeing his daughter's body, he uttered a heart-rending cry. Both united their feeble strength and carried her to her bed. On his way to rejoin us, Rouletabille passed by the desk. On the floor, near it, he saw a large packet. He knelt down and, finding the wrapper loose, he examined it, and made out an enormous quantity of papers and photographs. On one of the papers he read, New Differential Electroscopic Condenser. Fundamental properties of substance intermediary between ponderable matter and imponderable ether. Strange irony of fate that the professor's precious papers should be restored to him at the very time when an attempt was being made to deprive him of his daughter's life. What are papers worth to him now? The morning following that awful night saw Monsieur de Marquet once more at the chateau, with his registrar and gendarmes. Of course we were all questioned. Rouletabille and I had already agreed on what to say. I kept back any information as to my being in the dark closet and said nothing about the drugging. We did not wish to suggest in any way that Mademoiselle Stangerson had been expecting her nocturnal visitor. The poor woman might, perhaps, never recover, and it was none of our business to lift the veil of a secret the preservation of which she had paid for so dearly. Arthur Rance told everybody, in a manner so natural that it astonished me, that he had last seen the keeper towards 11 o'clock of that fatal night. He had come for his valise, he said, which he was to take for him early next morning to the San Michel station, and had been kept out late running after poachers. Arthur Rance had, indeed, intended to leave the chateau and, according to his habit, to walk to the station. Monsieur Stangerson confirmed what Rance had said, adding that he had not asked Rance to dine with him because his friend had taken his final leave of them both earlier in the evening. Monsieur Rance had had tea served him in his room, because he had complained of a slight indisposition. Bernier testified, instructed by Rouletabille, that the keeper had ordered him to meet at a spot near the oak grove, for the purpose of looking out for poachers. Finding that the keeper did not keep his appointment, he, Bernier, had gone in search of him. He had almost arrived at the donjon, when he saw a figure running swiftly in a direction opposite to him, towards the right wing of the chateau. He heard revolver shots from behind the figure and saw Rouletabille at one of the gallery windows. He heard Rouletabille call out to him to fire, and he had fired. He believed he had killed the man until he learned, after Rouletabille had uncovered the body, that the man had died from a knife thrust. Who had given it he could not imagine. Nobody could have been near the spot without my seeing him, when the examining magistrate reminded him that the spot where the body was found was very dark and that he himself had not been able to recognize the keeper before firing. Daddy Bernier replied that neither had they seen the other body, nor had they found it. In the narrow court where 5 people were standing, it would have been strange if the other body, had it been there, could have escaped. The only door that opened into the court was that of the keeper's room, and that door was closed, and the key of it was found in the keeper's pocket. However that might be, the examining magistrate did not pursue his inquiry further in this direction. He was evidently convinced that we had missed the man we were chasing and we had come upon the keeper's body in our chase. This matter of the keeper was another matter entirely. He wanted to satisfy himself about that without any further delay. Probably it chimed in with the conclusions he had already arrived at as to the keeper and his intrigues with the wife of Mathieu, the landlord of the Donjon Inn. This Mathieu, later in the afternoon, was arrested and taken to Corbeil in spite of his rheumatism. He had been heard to threaten the keeper, and though no evidence against him had been found at his inn, the evidence of carters who had heard the threats was enough to justify his retention. The examination had proceeded thus far when, to our surprise, Frédéric Larsan returned to the chateau. He was accompanied by one of the employees of the railway. At that moment Rance and I were in the vestibule discussing Mathieu's guilt or innocence, while Rouletabille stood apart buried, apparently, in thought. The examining magistrate and his registrar were in the little green drawing-room, while Darzac was with the doctor and Stangerson in the ladies' chamber. As Frédéric Larsan entered the vestibule with the railway employee, Rouletabille and I at once recognized him by the small blonde beard. We exchanged meaning glances. Larsan had himself announced to the examining magistrate by the gendarme and entered with the railway servant as Daddy Jacques came out. Some 10 minutes went by during which Rouletabille appeared extremely impatient. The door of the drawing-room was then opened and we heard the magistrate calling to the gendarme who entered. Presently he came out, mounted the stairs and, coming back shortly, went into the magistrate and said, Monsieur Robert Darzac will not come. What, not come? Cried Monsieur de Marquet. He says he cannot leave Mademoiselle Stangerson in her present state. Very well, said Monsieur de Marquet, then we'll go to him. Monsieur de Marquet and the gendarme mounted the stairs. He made a sign to Larsan and the railway employé to follow. Rouletabille and I went along too. On reaching the door of Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber, Monsieur de Marquet knocked. A chambermaid appeared. It was Sylvia, with her hair all in disorder and consternation showing on her face. Is Monsieur Stangerson within? Asked the magistrate. Yes, monsieur. Tell him that I wish to speak with him. Stangerson came out. His appearance was wretched in the extreme. What do you want? He demanded of the magistrate. May I not be left in peace, monsieur? Monsieur, said the magistrate, it is absolutely necessary that I should see Monsieur Darzac at once. If you cannot induce him to come, I shall be compelled to use the help of the law. The professor made no reply. He looked at us all like a man being led to execution, and then went back into the room. Almost immediately after Monsieur Robert Darzac came out. He was very pale. He looked at us and, his eyes falling on the railway servant, his features stiffened and he could hardly repress a groan. We were all much moved by the appearance of the man. We felt that what was about to happen would decide the fate of Monsieur Robert Darzac. Frederic Larsan's face alone was radiant, showing a joy as of a dog that had at last got its prey. Pointing to the railway servant, Monsieur de Marquet said to Monsieur Darzac, Do you recognize this man, monsieur? I do, said Monsieur Darzac, in a tone which he vainly tried to make firm. He is an employé at the station at Épinay-sur-Orge. This young man, went on Monsieur de Marquet, affirms that he saw you get off the train at Épinay-sur-Orge. That night, said Monsieur Darzac, interrupting, at 10:30. It is quite true. An interval of silence followed. Monsieur Darzac, the magistrate went on in a tone of deep emotion, Monsieur Darzac, what were you doing that night, at Épinay-sur-Orge, at that time? Monsieur Darzac remained silent, simply closing his eyes. Monsieur Darzac, insisted Monsieur de Marquet, can you tell me how you employed your time, that night? Monsieur Darzac opened his eyes. He seemed to have recovered his self-control. No, monsieur. Think, monsieur, for, if you persist in your strange refusal, I shall be under the painful necessity of keeping you at my disposition. I refuse. Monsieur Darzac, in the name of the law, I arrest you. The magistrate had no sooner pronounced the words than I saw Rouletabille move quickly towards Monsieur Darzac. He would certainly have spoken to him, but Darzac, by a gesture, held him off. As the gendarme approached his prisoner, a despairing cry rang through the room. Robert, Robert. We recognized the voice of Mademoiselle Stangerson. We all shuddered. Larsan himself turned pale. Monsieur Darzac, in response to the cry, had flown back into the room. The magistrate, the gendarme, and Larsan followed closely after. Rouletabille and I remained on the threshold. It was a heart-breaking sight that met our eyes. Mademoiselle Stangerson, with a face of deathly pallor, had risen on her bed, in spite of the restraining efforts of 2 doctors and her father. She was holding out her trembling arms towards Robert Darzac, on whom Larsan and the gendarme had laid hands. Her distended eyes saw, she understood, her lips seemed to form a word, but nobody made it out, and she fell back insensible. Monsieur Darzac was hurried out of the room and placed in the vestibule to wait for the vehicle Larsan had gone to fetch. We were all overcome by emotion, and even Monsieur de Marquet had tears in his eyes. Rouletabille took advantage of the opportunity to say to Monsieur Darzac, "Are you going to put in any defense?" "No," replied the prisoner. "Very well, then I will, monsieur." "You cannot do it," said the unhappy man with a faint smile. "I can, and I will." Rouletabille's voice had in it a strange strength and confidence. "I can do it, Monsieur Robert Darzac, because I know more than you do." "Come, come," murmured Darzac, almost angrily. "Have no fear, I shall know only what will benefit you. You must know nothing, young man, if you want me to be grateful." Rouletabille shook his head, going close up to Darzac. "Listen to what I am about to say," he said in a low tone, "and let it give you confidence. You do not know the name of the murderer. Mademoiselle Stangerson knows it, but only half of it. But I know his two halves. I know the whole man." Robert Darzac opened his eyes, with a look that showed he had not understood a word of what Rouletabille had said to him. At that moment the conveyance arrived, driven by Frédéric Larsan. Darzac and the gendarme entered it, Larsan remaining on the driver's seat. The prisoner was taken to Corbeil. Chapter 25. Rouletabille goes on a journey. That same evening Rouletabille and I left the Glandier. We were very glad to get away, and there was nothing more to keep us there. I declared my intention to give up the whole matter. It had been too much for me. Rouletabille, with a friendly tap on my shoulder, confessed that he had nothing more to learn at the Glandier. He had learned there all it had to tell him. We reached Paris about 8 o'clock, dined, and then, tired out, we separated, agreeing to meet the next morning at my rooms. Rouletabille arrived next day at the hour agreed on. He was dressed in a suit of English tweed, with an ulster on his arm, and a valise in his hand. Evidently he had prepared himself for a journey. "How long shall you be away?" I asked. "A month or two," he said. "It all depends." I asked him no more questions. "Do you know," he asked, "what the word was that Mademoiselle Stangerson tried to say before she fainted?" "No, nobody heard it." "I heard it," replied Rouletabille. "She said, 'Speak.'" Quote, "Do you think Darzac will speak?" "Never." I was about to make some further observations, but he wrung my hand warmly and wished me goodbye. I had only time to ask him one question before he left. "Are you not afraid that other attempts may be made while you're away?" "No, not now that Darzac is in prison," he answered. With this strange remark he left. I was not to see him again until the day of Darzac's trial at the court, when he appeared to explain the inexplicable. Chapter 26. In which Joseph Rouletabille is awaited with impatience. On the 15th of January, that is to say, 2 months and a half after the tragic events I have narrated, the Epoque printed, as the first column of the front page, the following sensational article. The Seine-et-Oise jury is summoned today to give its verdict on one of the most mysterious affairs in the annals of crime. There never has been a case with so many obscure, incomprehensible, and inexplicable points. And yet the prosecution has not hesitated to put into the prisoner's dock a man who is respected, esteemed, and loved by all who knew him, a young savant, the hope of French science, whose whole life has been devoted to knowledge and truth. When Paris heard of Monsieur Robert Darzac's arrest, a unanimous cry of protest arose from all sides. The whole Sorbonne, disgraced by this act of the examining magistrate, asserted its belief in the innocence of Mademoiselle Stangerson's fiancé. Monsieur Stangerson was loud in his denunciation of this miscarriage of justice. There is no doubt in the mind of anybody that could the victim speak, she would claim from the jurors of Seine-et-Oise the man she wishes to make her husband and whom the prosecution would send to the scaffold. It is to be hoped that Mademoiselle Stangerson will shortly recover her reason, which has been temporarily unhinged by the horrible mystery at the Glandier. The question before the jury is the one we propose to deal with this very day. We have decided not to permit 12 worthy men to commit a disgraceful miscarriage of justice. We confess that the remarkable coincidences, the many convicting evidences, and the inexplicable silence on the part of the accused, as well as a total absence of any evidence for an alibi, were enough to warrant the bench of judges in assuming that in this man alone was centered the truth of the affair. The evidences are, in appearance, so overwhelming against Monsieur Robert Darzac that a detective so well informed, so intelligent, and generally so successful, as Monsieur Frédéric Larsan, may be excused for having been misled by them. Up to now everything has gone against Monsieur Robert Darzac in the magisterial inquiry. Today, however, we are going to defend him before the jury, and we are going to bring to the witness stand a light that will illumine the whole mystery of the Glandier. For we possess the truth. If we have not spoken sooner, it is because the interests of certain parties in the case demand that we should take that course. Our readers may remember the unsigned reports we published relating to the left foot of the Rue Oberkampf at the time of the famous robbery of the Credit Universal, and the famous case of the gold ingots of the Mint. In both those cases we were able to discover the truth long before even the excellent ingenuity of Frédéric Larsan had been able to unravel it. These reports were written by our youngest reporter, Joseph Rouletabille, a youth of 18, whose fame tomorrow will be worldwide. When attention was first drawn to the Glandier case, our youthful reporter was on the spot and installed in the chateau, when every other representative of the press had been denied admission. He worked side by side with Frédéric Larsan. He was amazed and terrified at the grave mistake the celebrated detective was about to make, and tried to divert him from the false scent he was following, but the great Fred refused to receive instructions from this young journalist. We know now to where it brought Monsieur Robert Darzac. But now, France must know, the whole world must know, that, on the very evening on which Monsieur Darzac was arrested, young Rouletabille entered our editorial office and informed us that he was about to go away on a journey. "How long I shall be away," he said, "I cannot say. Perhaps a month, perhaps 2, perhaps 3, perhaps I may never return. Here is a letter. If I am not back on the day on which Monsieur Darzac is to appear before the assize court, have this letter opened and read to the court, after all the witnesses have been heard. Arrange it with Monsieur Darzac's counsel. Monsieur Darzac is innocent. In this letter is written the name of the murderer. And that is all I have to say. I am leaving to get my proofs, for the irrefutable evidence of the murderer's guilt." Our reporter departed. For a long time we were without news from him. But, a week ago, a stranger called upon our manager and said, "Act in accordance with the instructions of Joseph Rouletabille, if it becomes necessary to do so." The letter left by him holds the truth. The gentleman who brought us this message would not give us his name. Today, the 15th of January, is the day of the trial. Joseph Rouletabille has not returned. It may be we shall never see him again. The press also counts its heroes, its martyrs to duty. It may be he is no longer living. We shall know how to revenge him. Our manager will, this afternoon, be at the court of assize at Versailles, with the letter containing the name of the murderer. At the head of the article appeared a portrait of Rouletabille, the same given as the frontispiece to this book. Those Parisians who flocked the assize court at Versailles to be present at the trial of what was known as the mystery of the Yellow Room will certainly remember the terrible crush at the Saint Lazare station. The ordinary trains were so full that special trains had to be made up. The article in the Epoque had so excited the populace that discussion was rife everywhere, even to the verge of blows. Partisans of Rouletabille fought with the supporters of Frédéric Larsan. Curiously enough, the excitement was due less to the fact that an innocent man was in danger of a wrongful conviction than to the interest taken in their own ideas as to the mystery of the Yellow Room. Each had his explanation to which each held fast. Those who explained the crime on Frédéric Larsan's theory would not admit that there could be any doubt as to the perspicacity of the popular detective. Others who had arrived at a different solution naturally insisted that this was Rouletabille's explanation, though they did not as yet know what that was. With the day's Epoque in their hands, the Larsans and the Roulétabilles fought and shoved each other on the steps of the Palais de Justice, right into the court itself. Those who could not get in remained in the neighborhood until evening and were, with great difficulty, kept back by the soldiery and the police. They became hungry for news, welcoming the most absurd rumors. At one time the rumor spread that Monsieur Stangerson himself had been arrested in the court and had confessed to being the murderer. This goes to show to what a pitch of madness nervous excitement may carry people. Rouletabille was still expected. Some pretended to know him, and when a young man with a pass crossed the open space which separated the crowd from the courthouse, a scuffle took place. Cries were raised of "Rouletabille! There's Rouletabille!" The arrival of the manager of the paper was the signal for a great demonstration. Some applauded, others hissed. The trial itself was presided over by Monsieur de Rocuse, a judge filled with the prejudice of his class, but a man honest at heart. The witnesses had been called. I was there, of course, as were all who had, in any way, been in touch with the mysteries of the Glandier. Monsieur Stangerson, looking many years older and almost unrecognizable, Larsan, Arthur Rance, with his face ruddy as ever, Daddy Jacques, Daddy Mathieu, who was brought into court handcuffed between two gendarmes, Madame Mathieu, in tears, the two Berniers, the two nurses, the steward, all the domestics of the chateau, the employé of the Paris post office, the railway employé from Epinay, some friends of Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson, and all Monsieur Darzac's witnesses. I was lucky enough to be called early in the trial, so that I was then able to watch and be present at almost the whole of the proceedings. The court was so crowded that many lawyers were compelled to find seats on the steps. Behind the bench of justices were representatives from other benches. Monsieur Robert Darzac stood in the prisoner's dock between policemen, tall, handsome, and calm. A murmur of admiration rather than of compassion greeted his appearance. He leaned forward towards his counsel, Maître Henry Robert, who, assisted by his chief secretary, Maître André Hesse, was busily turning over the folios of his brief. Many expected that Monsieur Stangerson, after giving his evidence, would have gone over to the prisoner and shaken hands with him, but he left the court without another word. It was remarked that the jurors appeared to be deeply interested in a rapid conversation which the manager of the Epoch was having with Maître Henry Robert. The manager, later, sat down in the front row of the public seats. Some were surprised that he was not asked to remain with the other witnesses in the room reserved for them. The reading of the indictment was got through, as it always is, without any incident. I shall not here report the long examination to which Monsieur Darzac was subjected. He answered all the questions quickly and easily. His silence as to the important matters of which we know was dead against him. It would seem as if this reticence would be fatal for him. He resented the president's reprimands. He was told that his silence might mean death. "Very well," he said. "I will submit to it, but I am innocent." With that splendid ability which has made his fame, Maître Robert took advantage of the incident and tried to show that it brought out in noble relief his client's character, for only heroic natures could remain silent for moral reasons in face of such a danger. The eminent advocate, however, only succeeded in assuring those who were already assured of Darzac's innocence. But the adjournment roulette bill had not yet arrived. Every time a door opened, all eyes there turned towards it and back to the manager of the Epoch, who sat impassive in his place. When he once was feeling in his pocket, a loud murmur of expectation followed. The letter. It is not, however, my intention to report in detail the course of the trial. My readers are sufficiently acquainted with the mysteries surrounding the Glandier case to enable me to go on to the really dramatic denouement of this ever-memorable day. When the trial was resumed, Maître Henry Robert questioned Daddy Mathieu as to his complicity in the death of the keeper. His wife was also brought in and was confronted by her husband. She burst into tears and confessed that she had been the keeper's mistress, and that her husband had suspected it. She again, however, affirmed that he had had nothing to do with the murder of her lover. Maître Henry Robert thereupon asked the court to hear Frédéric Larsan on this point. In a short conversation which I have had with Frédéric Larsan, during the adjournment, declared the advocate, he has made me understand that the death of the keeper may have been brought about otherwise than by the hand of Mathieu. It will be interesting to hear Frédéric Larsan's theory. Frédéric Larsan was brought in. His explanation was quite clear. "I see no necessity," he said, "for bringing Mathieu in this. I have told Monsieur de Marquet that the man's threats had biassed the examining magistrate against him. To me the attempt to murder Mademoiselle and the death of the keeper are the work of one and the same person. Mademoiselle Stangerson's murderer, flying through the court, was fired on. It was thought he was struck, perhaps killed. As a matter of fact, he only stumbled at the moment of his disappearance behind the corner of the right wing of the chateau. There he encountered the keeper who, no doubt, tried to seize him. The murderer had in his hand the knife with which he had stabbed Mademoiselle Stangerson, and with this he killed the keeper. This very simple explanation appeared at once plausible and satisfying. A murmur of approbation was heard. "And the murderer, what became of him?" asked the president. "He was evidently hidden in an obscure corner at the end of the court. After the people had left the court carrying with them the body of the keeper, the murderer quietly made his escape." The words had scarcely left Larsan's mouth when from the back of the court came a youthful voice. "I agree with Frédéric Larsan as to the death of the keeper, but I do not agree with him as to the way the murderer escaped." Everybody turned round, astonished. The clerks of the court sprang towards the speaker, calling out silence, and the president angrily ordered the intruder to be immediately expelled. The same clear voice, however, was again heard. "It is I, Monsieur President, Joseph Rouletabille." Chapter 27, in which Joseph Rouletabille appears in all his glory. The excitement was extreme. Cries from fainting women were to be heard amid the extraordinary bustle and stir. The majesty of the law was utterly forgotten. The president tried in vain to make himself heard. Rouletabille made his way forward with difficulty, but by dint of much elbowing reached his manager and greeted him cordially. The letter was passed to him, and pocketing it he turned to the witness box. He was dressed exactly as on the day he left me, even to the ulster over his arm. Turning to the president, he said, "I beg your pardon, Monsieur President, but I have only just arrived from America. The steamer was late. My name is Joseph Rouletabille." The silence which followed his stepping into the witness box was broken by laughter when his words were heard. Everybody seemed relieved and glad to find him there, as if in the expectation of hearing the truth at last. But the president was extremely incensed. "So, you are Joseph Rouletabille," he replied. "Well, young man, I'll teach you what comes of making a farce of justice. By virtue of my discretionary power, I hold you at the court's disposition. I ask nothing better, Monsieur President. I have come here for that purpose. I humbly beg the court's pardon for the disturbance of which I have been the innocent cause. I beg you to believe that nobody has a greater respect for the court than I have. I came in as I could." He smiled. "Take him away," ordered the president. Maitre Henry Robert intervened. He began by apologizing for the young man, who, he said, was moved only by the best intentions. He made the president understand that the evidence of a witness who had slept at the Glandier during the whole of that eventful week could not be omitted, and the present witness, moreover, had come to name the real murderer. "Are you going to tell us who the murderer was?" asked the president, somewhat convinced though still skeptical. "I have come for that purpose, Monsieur President," replied Rouletabille. An attempt at applause was silenced by the usher. "Joseph Rouletabille," said Maitre Henry Robert, "has not been regularly subpoenaed as a witness, but I hope, Monsieur President, you will examine him in virtue of your discretionary powers." "Very well," said the president, "we will question him, but we must proceed in order." The Advocate General rose. "It would, perhaps, be better," he said, "if the young man were to tell us now whom he suspects." The president nodded ironically. "If the Advocate General attaches importance to the deposition of Monsieur Joseph Rouletabille, I see no reason why this witness should not give us the name of the murderer." A pin drop could have been heard. Rouletabille stood silent, looking sympathetically at Darzac, who, for the first time since the opening of the trial, showed himself agitated. "Well," cried the president, "we wait for the name of the murderer." Rouletabille, feeling in his waistcoat pocket, drew his watch and, looking at it, said, "Monsieur President, I cannot name the murderer before 6:30 o'clock." Loud murmurs of disappointment filled the room. Some of the lawyers were heard to say, "He's making fun of us." The president, in a stern voice, said, "This joke has gone far enough. You may retire, monsieur, into the witness's room. I hold you at our disposition." Rouletabille protested. "I assure you, Monsieur President," he cried in his sharp, clear voice, "that when I do name the murderer you will understand why I could not speak before 6:30. I assert this on my honor. I can, however, give you now some explanation of the murder of the keeper. Monsieur Frédéric Larsan, who has seen me at work at the Glandier, can tell you with what care I studied this case. I found myself compelled to differ with him in arresting Monsieur Robert Darzac, who is innocent. Monsieur Larsan knows of my good faith and knows that some importance may be attached to my discoveries, which have often corroborated his own. Frederic Larsan said, Monsieur President, it will be interesting to hear Monsieur Joseph Rouletabille, especially as he differs from me. A murmur of approbation greeted the detective's speech. He was a good sportsman and accepted the challenge. The struggle between the two promised to be exciting. As the president remained silent, Frederic Larsan continued. We agree that the murderer of the keeper was the assailant of Mademoiselle Stangerson, but as we are not agreed as to how the murderer escaped, I am curious to hear Monsieur Rouletabille's explanation. I have no doubt you are, said my friend. General laughter followed this remark. The president angrily declared that if it was repeated, he would have the court cleared. Now, young man, said the president, you have heard Monsieur Frederic Larsan. How did the murderer get away from the court? Rouletabille looked at Madame Mathieu, who smiled back at him sadly. Since Madame Mathieu, he said, has freely admitted her intimacy with the keeper. Why, it's the boy, exclaimed Daddy Mathieu. Remove that man, ordered the president. Mathieu was removed from the court. Rouletabille went on. Since she has made this confession, I am free to tell you that she often met the keeper at night on the first floor of the donjon, in the room which was once an oratory. These meetings became more frequent when her husband was laid up by his rheumatism. She gave him morphine to ease his pain and to give herself more time for the meetings. Madame Mathieu came to the chateau that night, enveloped in a large black shawl which served also as a disguise. This was the phantom that disturbed Daddy Jacques. She knew how to imitate the mewing of Mother Anganou, cat, and she would make the cries to advise the keeper of her presence. The recent repairs of the donjon did not interfere with their meetings in the keeper's old room, in the donjon, since the new room assigned to him at the end of the right wing was separated from the steward's room by a partition only. Previous to the tragedy in the court, Madame Mathieu and the keeper left the donjon together. I learned these facts from my examination of the footmarks in the court the next morning. Bernier, the concierge, whom I had stationed behind the donjon, as he will explain himself, could not see what passed in the court. He did not reach the court until he heard the revolver shots, and then he fired. When the woman parted from the man, she went towards the open gate of the court, while he returned to his room. He had almost reached the door when the revolvers rang out. He had just reached the corner when a shadow bounded by. Meanwhile, Madame Mathieu, surprised by the revolver shots and by the entrance of people into the court, crouched in the darkness. The court is a large one and, being near the gate, she might easily have passed out unseen. But she remained and saw the body being carried away. In great agony of mind, she neared the vestibule and saw the dead body of her lover on the stairs lit up by Daddy Jacques' lantern. She then fled, and Daddy Jacques joined her. That same night, before the murder, Daddy Jacques had been awakened by the cat's cry, and, looking through his window, had seen the black phantom. Hastily dressing himself, he went out and recognized her. He is an old friend of Madame Mathieu, and when she saw him she had to tell him of her relations with the keeper and begged his assistance. Daddy Jacques took pity on her and accompanied her through the oak grove out of the park, past the border of the lake to the road to Epinay. From there it was but a very short distance to her home. Daddy Jacques returned to the chateau, and, seeing how important it was for Madame Mathieu's presence at the chateau to remain unknown, he had done all he could to hide it. I appeal to Monsieur Larsan, who saw me, next morning, examine the 2 sets of footprints. Here Rouletabille, turning towards Madame Mathieu, with a bow, said, "The footprints of Madame bear a strange resemblance to the neat footprints of the murderer." Madame Mathieu trembled and looked at him with wide eyes as if in wonder at what he would say next. Madame has a shapely foot, long and rather large for a woman. The imprint, with its pointed toe, is very like that of the murderer's. A movement in the court was repressed by Rouletabille. He held their attention at once. "I hasten to add," he went on, "that I attach no importance to this. Outward signs like these are often liable to lead us into error, if we do not reason rightly. Monsieur Robert Darzac's footprints are also like the murderer's, and yet he is not the murderer." The president, turning to Madame Mathieu, asked, "Is that in accordance with what you know occurred?" "Yes, Monsieur President," she replied. "It is as if Monsieur Rouletabille had been behind us." "Did you see the murderer running towards the end of the right wing?" "Yes, as clearly as I saw them afterwards carrying the keeper's body." "What became of the murderer? You were in the court and could easily have seen." "I saw nothing of him, Monsieur President. It became quite dark just then." "Then Monsieur Rouletabille," said the president, "must explain how the murderer made his escape." Rouletabille continued, "It was impossible for the murderer to escape by the way he had entered the court without our seeing him. Or if we couldn't see him, we must certainly have felt him, since the court is a very narrow one enclosed in high iron railings. Then if the man was hemmed in that narrow square, how is it you did not find him? I have been asking you that for the last half hour." "Monsieur President," replied Rouletabille, "I cannot answer that question before 6:30. By this time the people in the courtroom were beginning to believe in this new witness. They were amused by his melodramatic action in thus fixing the hour, but they seemed to have confidence in the outcome. As for the president, it looked as if he also had made up his mind to take the young man in the same way. He had certainly been impressed by Rouletabille's explanation of Madame Mathieu's part. "Well, Monsieur Rouletabille," he said, "as you say, but don't let us see any more of you before 6:30. Rouletabille bowed to the president, and made his way to the door of the witness's room. I quietly made my way through the crowd and left the court almost at the same time as Rouletabille. He greeted me heartily, and looked happy. "I'll not ask you, my dear fellow," I said, smiling, "what you've been doing in America, because I've no doubt you'll say you can't tell me until after 6:30. No, my dear St. Clair, I'll tell you right now why I went to America. I went in search of the name of the other half of the murderer." "The name of the other half?" "Exactly. When we last left the Glandier, I knew there were 2 halves to the murderer and the name of only one of them. I went to America for the name of the other half." I was too puzzled to answer. Just then we entered the witness's room, and Rouletabille was immediately surrounded. He showed himself very friendly to all except Arthur Rance, to whom he exhibited a marked coldness of manner. Frédéric Larsan came in also. Rouletabille went up and shook him heartily by the hand. His manner toward the detective showed that he had got the better of the policeman. Larsan smiled and asked him what he had been doing in America. Rouletabille began by telling him some anecdotes of his voyage. They then turned aside together, apparently with the object of speaking confidentially. I, therefore, discreetly left them and, being curious to hear the evidence, returned to my seat in the courtroom where the public plainly showed its lack of interest in what was going on in their impatience for Rouletable's return at the appointed time. On the stroke of 6:30, Joseph Rouletabille was again brought in. It is impossible for me to picture the tense excitement which appeared on every face as he made his way to the bar. Darzac rose to his feet, frightfully pale. The president, addressing Rouletabille, said gravely, "I will not ask you to take the oath, because you have not been regularly summoned, but I trust there is no need to urge upon you the gravity of the statement you are about to make." Rouletabille looked the president quite calmly and steadily in the face, and replied, "Yes, monsieur. At your last appearance here," said the president, "we had arrived at the point where you were to tell us how the murderer escaped, and also his name. Now, Monsieur Rouletabille, we await your explanation." "Very well, monsieur," began my friend amidst a profound silence. "I had explained how it was impossible for the murderer to get away without being seen. And yet he was there with us in the court. And you did not see him. At least that is what the prosecution declares." "No, we all of us saw him, Monsieur le Président," cried Rouletabille. "Then why was he not arrested?" "Because no one, besides myself, knew that he was the murderer. It would have spoiled my plans to have had him arrested, and I had then no proof other than my own reasoning. I was convinced we had the murderer before us and that we were actually looking at him. I have now brought what I consider the indisputable proof." "Speak out, monsieur. Tell us the murderer's name." "You will find it on the list of names present in the court on the night of the tragedy," replied Rouletabille. The people present in the courtroom began showing impatience. Some of them even called for the name, and was silenced by the usher. "The list includes Daddy Jacques, Bernier the concierge, and Mr. Arthur Rance," said the president. "Do you accuse any of these?" "No, monsieur." "Then I do not understand what you are driving at. There was no other person at the end of the court." "Yes, monsieur, there was, not at the end, but above the court, who was leaning out of the window." "Do you mean Frédéric Larsan?" exclaimed the president. "Yes, Frédéric Larsan," replied Rouletabille in a ringing tone. "Frédéric Larsan is the murderer." The courtroom became immediately filled with loud and indignant protests. So astonished was he that the president did not attempt to quiet it. The quick silence which followed was broken by the distinctly whispered words from the lips of Robert Darzac. "It's impossible. He's mad." "You dare to accuse Frédéric Larsan, monsieur?" asked the president. "If you are not mad, what are your proofs?" "Proofs, monsieur? Do you want proofs? Well, here is one," cried Rouletabille shrilly. "Let Frédéric Larsan be called." "Usher, call Frédéric Larsan." The usher hurried to the side door, opened it, and disappeared. The door remained open, while all eyes turned expectantly towards it. The clerk reappeared and, stepping forward, said, "Monsieur President, Frédéric Larsan is not here. He left at about 4 o'clock and has not been seen since." "That is my proof," cried Rouletabille, triumphantly. "Explain yourself," demanded the president. "My proof is Larsan's flight," said the young reporter. "He will not come back. You will see no more of Frédéric Larsan. Unless you are playing with the court, monsieur, why did you not accuse him when he was present? He would then have answered you. He could give no other answer than the one he has now given by his flight. We cannot believe that Larsan has fled. There was no reason for his doing so. Did he know you'd make this charge? He did. I told him I would. Do you mean to say that knowing Larsan was the murderer you gave him the opportunity to escape? Yes, Monsieur President, I did, replied Rouletabille, proudly. I am not a policeman, I am a journalist, and my business is not to arrest people. My business is in the service of truth, and is not that of an executioner. If you are just, Monsieur, you will see that I am right. You can now understand why I refrained until this hour to divulge the name. I gave Larsan time to catch the 4:17 train for Paris, where he would know where to hide himself and leave no traces. You will not find Frédéric Larsan, declared Rouletabille, fixing his eyes on Monsieur Robert Darzac. He is too cunning. He is a man who has always escaped you and whom you have long searched for in vain. If he did not succeed in outwitting me, he can yet easily outwit any police. This man who, 4 years ago, introduced himself to the Sûreté, and became celebrated as Frédéric Larsan, is notorious under another name, a name well known to crime. Frédéric Larsan, Monsieur President, is Ballmeyer. Ballmeyer, cried the President. Ballmeyer, exclaimed Robert Darzac, springing to his feet. Ballmeyer, it was true, then. Ah, Monsieur Darzac, you don't think I am mad, now, cried Rouletabille. Ballmeyer, Ballmeyer, no other word could be heard in the courtroom. The President adjourned the hearing. Those of my readers who may not have heard of Ballmeyer will wonder at the excitement the name caused. And yet the doings of this remarkable criminal form the subject matter of the most dramatic narratives of the newspapers and criminal records of the past 20 years. It had been reported that he was dead, and thus had eluded the police as he had eluded them throughout the whole of his career. Ballmeyer was the best specimen of the high-class gentleman swindler. He was an adept at sleight-of-hand tricks, and no bolder or more ruthless crook ever lived. He was received in the best society, and was a member of some of the most exclusive clubs. On many of his depredatory expeditions he had not hesitated to use the knife and the mutton bone. No difficulty stopped him, and no operation was too dangerous. He had been caught, but escaped on the very morning of his trial, by throwing pepper into the eyes of the guards who were conducting him to court. It was known later that, in spite of the keen hunt after him by the most expert of detectives, he had sat that same evening at a first performance in the Théâtre Français, without the slightest disguise. He left France, later, to work America. The police there succeeded in once capturing him, but the extraordinary man escaped the next day. It would need a volume to recount the adventures of this master criminal. And yet this was the man Rouletabille had allowed to get away. Knowing all about him and who he was, he afforded the criminal an opportunity for another laugh at the society he had defied. I could not help admiring the bold stroke of the young journalist, because I felt certain his motive had been to protect both Mademoiselle Stangerson and rid Darzac of an enemy at the same time. The crowd had barely recovered from the effect of the astonishing revelation when the hearing was resumed. The question in everybody's mind was, admitting that Larsan was the murderer, how did he get out of the Yellow Room? Rouletabille was immediately called to the bar and his examination continued. You have told us, said the President, that it was impossible to escape from the end of the court. Since Larsan was leaning out of his window, he had left the court. How did he do that? He escaped by a most unusual way. He climbed the wall, sprang onto the terrace, and, while we were engaged with the keeper's body, reached the gallery by the window. He then had little else to do than to open the window, get in and call out to us, as if he had just come from his own room. To a man of Ballmeyer's strength, all that was mere child's play. And here, monsieur, is the proof of what I say. Rouletabille drew from his pocket a small packet, from which he produced a strong iron peg. This, monsieur, he said, is a spike which perfectly fits a hole still to be seen in the cornice supporting the terrace. Larsan, who thought and prepared for everything in case of any emergency, had fixed this spike into the cornice. All he had to do to make his escape good was to plant 1 foot on a stone which is placed at the corner of the chateau, another on this support, one hand on the cornice of the keeper's door and the other on the terrace, and Larsan was clear of the ground. The rest was easy. His acting after dinner as if he had been drugged was make-believe. He was not drugged, but he did drug me. Of course he had to make it appear as if he also had been drugged so that no suspicion should fall on him for my condition. Had I not been thus overpowered, Larsan would never have entered Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber that night, and the attack on her would not have taken place. A groan came from Darzac, who appeared to be unable to control his suffering. You can understand, added Rouletabille, that Larsan would feel himself hampered from the fact that my room was so close to his, and from a suspicion that I would be on the watch that night. Naturally, he could not for a moment believe that I suspected him. But I might see him leaving his room when he was about to go to Mademoiselle Stangerson. He waited till I was asleep, and my friend Saint Clair was busy trying to rouse me. 10 minutes after that Mademoiselle was calling out, "Murder!" Quote, "How did you come to suspect Larsan?" asked the president. My pure reason pointed to him. That was why I watched him. But I did not foresee the drugging. He is very cunning. Yes, my pure reason pointed to him. But I required tangible proof so that my eyes could see him as my pure reason saw him. What do you mean by your pure reason? That power of one's mind which admits of no disturbing elements to a conclusion. The day following the incident of the inexplicable gallery, I felt myself losing control of it. I had allowed myself to be diverted by fallacious evidence, but I recovered and again took hold of the right end. I satisfied myself that the murderer could not have left the gallery, either naturally or supernaturally. I narrowed the field of consideration to that small circle, so to speak. The murderer could not be outside that circle. Now who were in it? There was, first, the murderer. Then there were Daddy Jacques, Monsieur Stangerson, Frédéric Larsan, and myself. 5 persons in all, counting in the murderer. And yet, in the gallery, there were but 4. Now since it had been demonstrated to me that the 5th could not have escaped, it was evident that one of the 4 present in the gallery must be a double. He must be himself and the murderer also. Why had I not seen this before? Simply because the phenomenon of the double personality had not occurred before in this inquiry. Now who of the 4 persons in the gallery was both that person and the assassin? I went over in my mind what I had seen. I had seen at one and the same time, Monsieur Stangerson and the murderer, Daddy Jacques and the murderer, myself and the murderer. So that the murderer, then, could not be either Monsieur Stangerson, Daddy Jacques, or myself. Had I seen Frédéric Larsan and the murderer at the same time? No. 2 seconds had passed, during which I lost sight of the murderer. For, as I have noted in my papers, he arrived 2 seconds before Monsieur Stangerson, Daddy Jacques, and myself at the meeting point of the 2 galleries. That would have given Larsan time to go through the off-turning gallery, snatch off his false beard, return, and hurry with us as if, like us, in pursuit of the murderer. I was sure now I had got hold of the right end in my reasoning. With Frederic Larsan was now always associated, in my mind, the personality of the unknown of whom I was in pursuit, the murderer, in other words. That revelation staggered me. I tried to regain my balance by going over the evidences previously traced, but which had diverted my mind and led me away from Frederic Larsan. What were these evidences? 1 Street. I had seen the unknown in Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber. On going to Frederic Larsan's room, I had found Larsan sound asleep. 2nd. The ladder. 3 Road. I had placed Frederic Larsan at the end of the off-turning gallery and had told him that I would rush into Mademoiselle Stangerson's room to try to capture the murderer. Then I returned to Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber where I had seen the unknown. The first evidence did not disturb me much. It is likely that, when I descended from my ladder, after having seen the unknown in Mademoiselle Stangerson's chamber, Larsan had already finished what he was doing there. Then, while I was re-entering the chateau, Larsan went back to his own room and, undressing himself, went to sleep. Nor did the second evidence trouble me. If Larsan were the murderer, he could have no use for a ladder, but the ladder might have been placed there to give an appearance to the murderer's entrance from without the chateau, especially as Larsan had accused Darzac and Darzac was not in the chateau that night. Further, the ladder might have been placed there to facilitate Larsan's flight in case of absolute necessity. But the third evidence puzzled me altogether. Having placed Larsan at the end of the off-turning gallery, I could not explain how he had taken advantage of the moment when I had gone to the left wing of the chateau to find Monsieur Stangerson and Daddy Jacques, to return to Mademoiselle Stangerson's room. It was a very dangerous thing to do. He risked being captured, and he knew it, and he was very nearly captured. He had not had time to regain his post, as he had certainly hoped to do. He had then a very strong reason for returning to his room. As for myself, when I sent Daddy Jacques to the end of the right gallery, I naturally thought that Larsan was still at his post. Daddy Jacques, in going to his post, had not looked, when he passed, to see whether Larsan was at his post or not. What, then, was the urgent reason which had compelled Larsan to go to the room a second time? I guessed it to be some evidence of his presence there. He had left something very important in that room. What was it, and had he recovered it? I begged Madame Bernier, who was accustomed to clean the room, to look, and she found a pair of eyeglasses. This pair, Monsieur President. And Rouletabille drew the eyeglasses, of which we know, from his pocket. When I saw these eyeglasses, he continued, I was utterly nonplussed. I had never seen Larsan wear eyeglasses. What did they mean? Suddenly I exclaimed to myself, I wonder if he is long-sighted. I had never seen Larsan write. He might, then, be long-sighted. They would certainly know at the Sûreté, and also know if the glasses were his. Such evidence would be damning. That explained Larsan's return. I know now that Larsan, or Ballmeyer, is long-sighted and that these glasses belong to him. I now made one mistake. I was not satisfied with the evidence I had obtained. I wished to see the man's face. Had I refrained from this, the second terrible attack would not have occurred. But, asked the President, why should Larsan go to Mademoiselle Stangerson's room, at all? Why should he twice attempt to murder her? Because he loves her, Monsieur President. That is certainly a reason, but it is the only reason. He was madly in love, and because of that, and other things, he was capable of committing any crime. Did Mademoiselle Stangerson know this? Yes, monsieur. But she was ignorant of the fact that the man who was pursuing her was Frederic Larsan, otherwise, of course, he would not have been allowed to be at the chateau. I noticed, when he was in her room after the incident in the gallery, that he kept himself in the shadow, and that he kept his head bent down. He was looking for the lost eyeglasses. Mademoiselle Stangerson knew Larsan under another name. Monsieur Darzac, asked the president, did Mademoiselle Stangerson in any way confide in you on this matter? How is it that she has never spoken about it to anyone? If you are innocent, she would have wished to spare you the pain of being accused. Mademoiselle Stangerson told me nothing, replied Monsieur Darzac. Does what this young man say appear probable to you? The president asked. Mademoiselle Stangerson has told me nothing, he replied stolidly. How do you explain that, on the night of the murder of the keeper, the president asked, turning to Rouletabille, the murderer brought back the papers stolen from Monsieur Stangerson? How do you explain how the murderer gained entrance into Mademoiselle Stangerson's locked room? The last question is easily answered. A man like Larsan, or Ballmeyer, could have had made duplicate keys. As to the documents, I think Larsan had not intended to steal them, at first. Closely watching Mademoiselle with the purpose of preventing her marriage with Monsieur Robert Darzac, he one day followed her and Monsieur into the Grands Magasins de la Louvre. There he got possession of the reticule which she lost, or left behind. In that reticule was a key with a brass head. He did not know there was any value attached to the key till the advertisement in the newspapers revealed it. He then wrote to Mademoiselle, as the advertisement requested. No doubt he asked for a meeting, making known to her that he was also the person who had for some time pursued her with his love. He received no answer. He went to the post office and ascertained that his letter was no longer there. He had already taken complete stock of Monsieur Darzac, and, having decided to go to any lengths to gain Mademoiselle Stangerson, he had planned that, whatever might happen, Monsieur Darzac, his hated rival, should be the man to be suspected. I do not think that Larsan had as yet thought of murdering Mademoiselle Stangerson, but whatever he might do, he made sure that Monsieur Darzac should suffer for it. He was very nearly of the same height as Monsieur Darzac and had almost the same sized feet. It would not be difficult to take an impression of Monsieur Darzac's footprints and have similar boots made for himself. Such tricks were mere child's play for Larsan or Ballmeyer. Receiving no reply to his letter, he determined, since Mademoiselle Stangerson would not come to him, that he would go to her. His plan had long been formed. He had made himself master of the plans of the chateau and the pavilion. So that, one afternoon, while Monsieur and Mademoiselle Stangerson were out for a walk, and while Daddy Jacques was away, he entered the latter by the vestibule window. He was alone, and, being in no hurry, he began examining the furniture. One of the pieces, resembling a safe, had a very small keyhole. That interested him. He had with him the little key with the brass head, and, associating one with the other, he tried the key in the lock. The door opened. He saw nothing but papers. They must be very valuable to have been put away in a safe, and the key to which to be of so much importance. Perhaps a thought of blackmail occurred to him as a useful possibility in helping him in his designs on Mademoiselle Stangerson. He quickly made a parcel of the papers and took it to the lavatory in the vestibule. Between the time of his first examination of the pavilion and the night of the murder of the keeper, Larsan had had time to find out what those papers contained. He could do nothing with them, and they were rather compromising. That night he took them back to the chateau. Perhaps he hoped that, by returning the papers, he might obtain some gratitude from Mademoiselle Stangerson. But whatever may have been his reasons, he took the papers back and so rid himself of an encumbrance. Rouletabille coughed. It was evident to me that he was embarrassed. He had arrived at a point where he had to keep back his knowledge of Larsan's true motive. The explanation he had given had evidently been unsatisfactory. Rouletabille was quick enough to note the bad impression he had made, for, turning to the president, he said, "And now we come to the explanation of the mystery of the Yellow Room." A movement of chairs in the court with a rustling of dresses and an energetic whispering of, "Hush," showed the curiosity that had been aroused. "It seems to me," said the president, "that the mystery of the Yellow Room, Monsieur Rouletabille, is wholly explained by your hypothesis. Frédéric Larsan is the explanation. We have merely to substitute him for Monsieur Robert Darzac. Evidently the door of the Yellow Room was open at the time Monsieur Stangerson was alone, and that he allowed the man who was coming out of his daughter's chamber to pass without arresting him, perhaps at her entreaty to avoid all scandal." "No, Monsieur President," protested the young man. "You forget that, stunned by the attack made on her, Mademoiselle Stangerson was not in a condition to have made such an appeal. Nor could she have locked and bolted herself in her room. You must also remember that Monsieur Stangerson has sworn that the door was not open. That, however, is the only way in which it can be explained. The Yellow Room was as closely shut as an iron safe. To use your own expression, it was impossible for the murderer to make his escape either naturally or supernaturally. When the room was broken into, he was not there. He must, therefore, have escaped. That does not follow." "What do you mean?" "There was no need for him to escape, if he was not there." "Not there." "Evidently, not. He could not have been there, if he were not found there." "But, what about the evidences of his presence?" asked the president. "That, Monsieur President, is where we have taken hold of the wrong end. From the time Mademoiselle Stangerson shut herself in her room to the time her door was burst open, it was impossible for the murderer to escape. He was not found because he was not there during that time. But the evidences, they have led us astray. In reasoning on this mystery, we must not take them to mean what they apparently mean. Why do we conclude the murderer was there? Because he left his tracks in the room. Good, but may he not have been there before the room was locked? Nay, he must have been there before. Let us look into the matter of these traces and see if they do not point to my conclusion. After the publication of the article in the Matin and my conversation with the examining magistrate on the journey from Paris to Épinay-sur-Orge, I was certain that the Yellow Room had been hermetically sealed, so to speak, and that consequently the murderer had escaped before Mademoiselle Stangerson had gone into her chamber at midnight. At the time I was much puzzled. Mademoiselle Stangerson could not have been her own murderer, since the evidences pointed to some other person. The assassin, then, had come before. If that was so, how was it that Mademoiselle had been attacked after? Or rather, that she appeared to have been attacked after. It was necessary for me to reconstruct the occurrence and make of it two phases, each separated from the other, in time, by the space of several hours. One phase in which Mademoiselle Stangerson had really been attacked, the other phase in which those who heard her cries thought she was being attacked. I had not then examined the yellow room. What were the marks on Mademoiselle Stangerson? There were marks of strangulation and the wound from a hard blow on the temple. The marks of strangulation did not interest me much. They might have been made before, and Mademoiselle Stangerson could have concealed them by a collarette or any similar article of apparel. I had to suppose this the moment I was compelled to reconstruct the occurrence by two phases. Mademoiselle Stangerson had, no doubt, her own reasons for so doing, since she had told her father nothing of it, and had made it understood to the examining magistrate that the attack had taken place in the night, during the second phase. She was forced to say that, otherwise her father would have questioned her as to her reason for having said nothing about it. But I could not explain the blow on the temple. I understood it even less when I learned that the mutton bone had been found in her room. She could not hide the fact that she had been struck on the head, and yet that wound appeared evidently to have been inflicted during the first phase, since it required the presence of the murderer. I thought Mademoiselle Stangerson had hidden the wound by arranging her hair in bands on her forehead. As to the mark of the hand on the wall, that had evidently been made during the first phase, when the murderer was really there. All the traces of his presence had naturally been left during the first phase: the mutton bone, the black footprints, the basque cap, the handkerchief, the blood on the wall, on the door, and on the floor. If those traces were still all there, they showed that Mademoiselle Stangerson, who desired that nothing should be known, had not yet had time to clear them away. This led me to the conclusion that the two phases had taken place one shortly after the other. She had not had the opportunity, after leaving her room and going back to the laboratory to her father, to get back again to her room and put it in order. Her father was all the time with her, working, so that after the first phase she did not re-enter her chamber till midnight. Daddy Jacques was there at 10 o'clock, as he was every night, but he went in merely to close the blinds and light the night light. Owing to her disturbed state of mind, she had forgotten that Daddy Jacques would go into her room and had begged him not to trouble himself. All this was set forth in the article in the Matin. Daddy Jacques did go, however, and, in the dim light of the room, saw nothing. Mademoiselle Stangerson must have lived some anxious moments while Daddy Jacques was absent, but I think she was not aware that so many evidences had been left. After she had been attacked, she had only time to hide the traces of the man's fingers on her neck and to hurry to the laboratory. Had she known of the bone, the cap, and the handkerchief, she would have made away with them after she had gone back to her chamber at midnight. She did not see them, and undressed by the uncertain glimmer of the night light. She went to bed, worn out by anxiety and fear, a fear that had made her remain in the laboratory as late as possible. My reasoning had thus brought me to the second phase of the tragedy, when Mademoiselle Stangerson was alone in the room. I had now to explain the revolver shots fired during the second phase. Cries of "Help! Murder!" had been heard. How to explain these? As to the cries, I was in no difficulty. Since she was alone in her room, these could result from nightmare only. My explanation of the struggle and noise that were heard is simply that in her nightmare she was haunted by the terrible experience she had passed through in the afternoon. In her dream she sees the murderer about to spring upon her and she cries, "Help! Murder!" Her hand wildly seeks the revolver she had placed within her reach on the night table by the side of her bed, but her hand, striking the table, overturns it, and the revolver, falling to the floor, discharges itself, the bullet lodging in the ceiling. I knew from the first that the bullet in the ceiling must have resulted from an accident. Its very position suggested an accident to my mind, and so fell in with my theory of a nightmare. I no longer doubted that the attack had taken place before Mademoiselle had retired for the night. After wakening from her frightful dream and crying aloud for help, she had fainted. My theory, based on the evidence of the shots that were heard at midnight, demanded 2 shots, one which wounded the murderer at the time of his attack, and one fired at the time of the nightmare. The evidence given by the Berniers before the examining magistrate was to the effect that only 1 shot had been heard. Monsieur Stangerson testified to hearing a dull sound first followed by a sharp ringing sound. The dull sound I explained by the falling of the marble-topped table. The ringing sound was the shot from the revolver. I was now convinced I was right. The shot that had wounded the hand of the murderer and had caused it to bleed so that he left the bloody imprint on the wall was fired by Mademoiselle in self-defense, before the second phase, when she had been really attacked. The shot in the ceiling which the Berniers heard was the accidental shot during the nightmare. I had now to explain the wound on the temple. It was not severe enough to have been made by means of the mutton bone, and Mademoiselle had not attempted to hide it. It must have been made during the second phase. It was to find this out that I went to the Yellow Room, and I obtained my answer there. Rouletabille drew a piece of white folded paper from his pocket, and drew out of it an almost invisible object which he held between his thumb and forefinger. "This, Monsieur President," he said, "is a hair, a blonde hair stained with blood. It is a hair from the head of Mademoiselle Stangerson. I found it sticking to one of the corners of the overturned table." The corner of the table was itself stained with blood, a tiny stain, hardly visible, but it told me that, on rising from her bed, Mademoiselle Stangerson had fallen heavily and had struck her head on the corner of its marble top. I had still to learn, in addition to the name of the assassin, which I did later, the time of the original attack. I learned this from the examination of Mademoiselle Stangerson and her father, though the answers given by the former were well calculated to deceive the examining magistrate. Mademoiselle Stangerson had stated very minutely how she had spent the whole of her time that day. We established the fact that the murderer had introduced himself into the pavilion between 5 and 6 o'clock. At 6:15, the professor and his daughter had resumed their work. At 5 the professor had been with his daughter, and since the attack took place in the professor's absence from his daughter, I had to find out just when he left her. The professor had stated that at the time when he and his daughter were about to re-enter the laboratory he was met by the keeper and held in conversation about the cutting of some wood and the poachers. Mademoiselle Stangerson was not with him then since the professor said, "I left the keeper and rejoined my daughter who was at work in the laboratory." It was during that short interval of time that the tragedy took place. That is certain. In my mind's eye I saw Mademoiselle Stangerson re-enter the pavilion, go to her room to take off her hat, and find herself faced by the murderer. He had been in the pavilion for some time waiting for her. He had arranged to pass the whole night there. He had taken off Daddy Jacques' boots. He had removed the papers from the cabinet, and had then slipped under the bed. Finding the time long, he had risen, gone again into the laboratory, then into the vestibule, looked into the garden, and had seen, coming towards the pavilion, Mademoiselle Stangerson, alone. He would never have dared to attack her at that hour, if he had not found her alone. His mind was made up. He would be more at ease alone with Mademoiselle Stangerson in the pavilion, than he would have been in the middle of the night, with Daddy Jacques sleeping in the attic. So he shut the vestibule window. That explains why neither Monsieur Stangerson nor the keeper, who were at some distance from the pavilion, had heard the revolver shot. Then he went back to the yellow room. Mademoiselle Stangerson came in. What passed must have taken place very quickly. Mademoiselle tried to call for help, but the man had seized her by the throat. Her hand had sought and grasped the revolver which she had been keeping in the drawer of her night table, since she had come to fear the threats of her pursuer. The murderer was about to strike her on the head with the mutton bone, a terrible weapon in the hands of a Larsan or Ballmeyer, but she fired in time, and the shot wounded the hand that held the weapon. The bone fell to the floor covered with the blood of the murderer, who staggered, clutched at the wall for support, imprinting on it the red marks, and, fearing another bullet, fled. She saw him pass through the laboratory, and listened. He was long at the window. At length he jumped from it. She flew to it and shut it. The danger past, all her thoughts were of her father. Had he either seen or heard? At any cost to herself she must keep this from him. Thus when Monsieur Stangerson returned, he found the door of the yellow room closed, and his daughter in the laboratory, bending over her desk, at work. Turning towards Monsieur Darzac, Rouletabille cried, "You know the truth. Tell us, then, if that is not how things happened." "I don't know anything about it," replied Monsieur Darzac. "I admire you for your silence," said Rouletabille, "but if Mademoiselle Stangerson knew of your danger, she would release you from your oath. She would beg of you to tell all she has confided to you. She would be here to defend you." Monsieur Darzac made no movement, nor uttered a word. He looked at Rouletabille sadly. "However," said the young reporter, "since Mademoiselle is not here, I must do it myself. But, believe me, Monsieur Darzac, the only means to save Mademoiselle Stangerson and restore her to her reason, is to secure your acquittal." "What is this secret motive that compels Mademoiselle Stangerson to hide her knowledge from her father?" asked the president. "That, monsieur, I do not know," said Rouletabille. "It is no business of mine." The president, turning to Monsieur Darzac, endeavored to induce him to tell what he knew. "Do you still refuse, monsieur, to tell us how you employed your time during the attempts on the life of Mademoiselle Stangerson?" "I cannot tell you anything, monsieur." The president turned to Rouletabille as if appealing for an explanation. "We must assume, Monsieur President, that Monsieur Robert Darzac's absentions are closely connected with Mademoiselle Stangerson's secret, and that Monsieur Darzac feels himself in honor bound to remain silent. It may be that Larsan, who, since his 3 attempts, has had everything in training to cast suspicion on Monsieur Darzac, had fixed on just those occasions for a meeting with Monsieur Darzac at a spot most compromising. Larsan is cunning enough to have done that." The president seemed partly convinced, but still curious. He asked, "But what is this secret of Mademoiselle Stangerson?" "That I cannot tell you," said Rouletabille. "I think, however, you know enough now to acquit Monsieur Robert Darzac. Unless Larsan should return, and I don't think he will," he added, with a laugh. "One question more," said the president. "Admitting your explanation, we know that Larsan wished to turn suspicion on Monsieur Robert Darzac, but why should he throw suspicion on Daddy Jacques also?" "There came in the professional detective, Monsieur, who proves himself an unraveler of mysteries, by annihilating the very proofs he had accumulated. He's a very cunning man, and a similar trick had often enabled him to turn suspicion from himself. he proved the innocence of one before accusing the other. You can easily believe, monsieur, that so complicated a scheme as this must have been long and carefully thought out in advance by Larsan. I can tell you that he had long been engaged on its elaboration. If you care to learn how he had gathered information, you will find that he had, on one occasion, disguised himself as the commissionaire between the laboratory of the Sûreté and Monsieur Stangerson, of whom experiments were demanded. In this way he had been able before the crime, on 2 occasions, to take stock of the pavilion. He had made up, so that Daddy Jacques had not recognized him. And yet Larsan had found the opportunity to rob the old man of a pair of old boots and a cast-off Basque cap, which the servant had tied up in a handkerchief, with the intention of carrying them to a friend, a charcoal burner on the road to Epinay. When the crime was discovered, Daddy Jacques had immediately recognized these objects as his. They were extremely compromising, which explains his distress at the time when we spoke to him about them. Larsan confessed it all to me. He is an artist at the game. He did a similar thing in the affair of the Credit Universal, and in that of the gold ingots of the Mint. Both these cases should be revised. Since Ballmeyer or Larsan has been in the Sûreté, a number of innocent persons have been sent to prison. Chapter 28, in which it is proved that one does not always think of everything. Great excitement prevailed when Rouletabille had finished. The courtroom became agitated with the murmurings of suppressed applause. Maître Henry Robert called for an adjournment of the trial and was supported in his motion by the public prosecutor himself. The case was adjourned. The next day Monsieur Robert Darzac was released on bail, while Daddy Jacques received the immediate benefit of a no cause for action. Search was everywhere made for Frédéric Larsan, but in vain. Monsieur Darzac finally escaped the awful calamity which, at one time, had threatened him. After a visit to Mademoiselle Stangerson, he was led to hope that she might, by careful nursing, one day recover her reason. Rouletabille, naturally, became the man of the hour. On leaving the Palais de Justice, the crowd bore him aloft in triumph. The press of the whole world published his exploits and his photograph. He, who had interviewed so many illustrious personages, had himself become illustrious and was interviewed in his turn. I am glad to say that the enormous success in no way turned his head. We left Versailles together, after having dined at The Dog That Smokes. In the train I put a number of questions to him which, during our meal, had been on the tip of my tongue, but which I had refrained from uttering, knowing he did not like to talk shop while eating. "My friend," I said, "that Larsan case is wonderful. It is worthy of you." He begged me to say no more, and humorously pretended an anxiety for me should I give way to silly praise of him because of a personal admiration for his ability. "I'll come to the point, then," I said, not a little nettled. "I am still in the dark as to your reason for going to America. When you left the Glandier you had found out, if I rightly understand, all about Frédéric Larsan. You had discovered the exact way he had attempted the murder." "Quite so. And you," he said, turning the conversation, "did you suspect nothing?" "Nothing. It's incredible. I don't see how I could have suspected anything. You took great pains to conceal your thoughts from me. Had you already suspected Larsan when you sent for me to bring the revolvers?" "Yes, I had come to that conclusion through the incident of the inexplicable gallery." Larsan's return to Mademoiselle Stangerson's room, however, had not then been cleared up by the eyeglasses. My suspicions were the outcome of my reasoning only, and the idea of Larsan being the murderer seemed so extraordinary that I resolved to wait for actual evidence before venturing to act. Nevertheless, the suspicion worried me, and I sometimes spoke to the detective in a way that ought to have opened your eyes. I spoke disparagingly of his methods. But until I found the eyeglasses I could but look upon my suspicion of him in the light of an absurd hypothesis only. You can imagine my elation after I had explained Larsan's movements. I remember well rushing into my room like a madman and crying to you, "I'll get the better of the great Fred. I'll get the better of him in a way that will make a sensation." I was then thinking of Larsan, the murderer. It was that same evening that Darzac begged me to watch over Mademoiselle Stangerson. I made no efforts until after we had dined with Larsan, until 10 o'clock. He was right there before me, and I could afford to wait. You ought to have suspected, because when we were talking of the murderer's arrival, I said to you, "I am quite sure Larsan will be here tonight." But one important point escaped us both. It was one which ought to have opened our eyes to Larsan. Do you remember the bamboo cane? I was surprised to find Larsan had made no use of that evidence against Robert Darzac. Had it not been purchased by a man whose description tallied exactly with that of Darzac? Well, just before I saw him off at the train, after the recess during the trial, I asked him why he hadn't used the cane evidence. He told me he had never had any intention of doing so, that our discovery of it in the little inn at Epinay had much embarrassed him. If you will remember, he told us then that the cane had been given him in London. Why did we not immediately say to ourselves, "Fred is lying. He could not have had this cane in London. He was not in London. He bought it in Paris." Then you found out, on inquiry at Cassette's, that the cane had been bought by a person dressed very like Robert Darzac, though, as we learned later, from Darzac himself, it was not he who had made the purchase. Couple this with the fact we already knew, from the letter at the Post Restaurant, that there was actually a man in Paris who was passing as Robert Darzac. Why did we not immediately fix on Fred himself? Of course, his position at the Sûreté was against us. But when we saw the evident eagerness on his part to find convicting evidence against Darzac, nay, even the passion he displayed in his pursuit of the man, the lie about the cane should have had a new meaning for us. If you ask why Larsan bought the cane, if he had no intention of manufacturing evidence against Darzac by means of it, the answer is quite simple. He had been wounded in the hand by Mademoiselle Stangerson, so that the cane was useful to enable him to close his hand in carrying it. You remember I noticed that he always carried it. All these details came back to my mind when I had once fixed on Larsan as the criminal. But they were too late then to be of any use to me. On the evening when he pretended to be drugged, I looked at his hand and saw a thin silk bandage covering the signs of a slight healing wound. Had we taken a quicker initiative at the time Larsan told us that lie about the cane, I am certain he would have gone off, to avoid suspicion. All the same, we worried Larsan or Ballmeyer without our knowing it. But, I interrupted, if Larsan had no intention of using the cane as evidence against Darzac, why had he made himself up to look like the man when he went in to buy it? He had not specially made up, as Darzac to buy the cane. He had come straight to Cassette's immediately after he had attacked Mademoiselle Stangerson. His wound was troubling him and, as he was passing along the Avenue de l'Opéra, the idea of the cane came to his mind and he acted on it. It was then 8 o'clock. And I, who had hit upon the very hour of the occurrence of the tragedy, almost convinced that Darzac was not the criminal, and knowing of the cane, I still never suspected Larsan. There are times, I said, when the greatest intellects. Rouletabille shut my mouth. I still continued to joke him, but, finding he did not reply, I saw he was no longer paying any attention to what I was saying. I found he was fast asleep. Chapter 29. The Mystery of Mademoiselle Stangerson. During the days that followed I had several opportunities to question him as to his reason for his voyage to America, but I obtained no more precise answers than he had given me on the evening of the adjournment of the trial, when we were on the train for Paris. One day, however, on my still pressing him, he said, "Can't you understand that I had to know Larsan's true personality?" "No doubt," I said, "but why did you go to America to find that out?" He sat smoking his pipe, and made no further reply. I began to see that I was touching on the secret that concerned Mademoiselle Stangerson. Rouletabille evidently had found it necessary to go to America to find out what the mysterious tie was that bound her to Larsan by so strange and terrible a bond. In America he had learned who Larsan was and had obtained information which closed his mouth. He had been to Philadelphia. And now, what was this mystery which held Mademoiselle Stangerson and Monsieur Robert Darzac in so inexplicable a silence? After so many years and the publicity given the case by a curious and shameless press, now that Monsieur Stangerson knows all and has forgiven all may be told. In every phase of this remarkable story Mademoiselle Stangerson had always been the sufferer. The beginning dates from the time when, as a young girl, she was living with her father in Philadelphia. A visitor at the house, a Frenchman, had succeeded by his wit, grace and persistent attention, in gaining her affections. He was said to be rich and had asked her of her father. Monsieur Stangerson, on making inquiries as to Monsieur Jean Roussel, found that the man was a swindler and an adventurer. Jean Roussel was but another of the many names under which the notorious Ballmeyer, a fugitive from France, tried to hide himself. Monsieur Stangerson did not know of his identity with Ballmeyer. He learned that the man was simply undesirable for his daughter. He not only refused to give his consent to the marriage but denied him admission into the house. Mathilde Stangerson, however, had fallen in love. To her Jean Roussel was everything that her love painted him. She was indignant at her father's attitude, and did not conceal her feelings. Her father sent her to stay with an aunt in Cincinnati. There she was joined by Jean Roussel and, in spite of the reverence she felt for her father, ran away with him to get married. They went to Louisville and lived there for some time. One morning, however, a knock came at the door of the house in which they were and the police entered to arrest Jean Roussel. It was then that Mathilde Stangerson, or Roussel, learned that her husband was no other than the notorious Ballmeyer. The young woman in her despair tried to commit suicide. She failed in this, and was forced to rejoin her aunt at Cincinnati. The old lady was overjoyed to see her again. She had been anxiously searching for her and had not dared to tell Monsieur Stangerson of her disappearance. Mathilde swore her to secrecy, so that her father should not know she had been away. A month later, Mademoiselle Stangerson returned to her father, repentant, her heart dead within her, hoping only one thing, that she would never again see her husband, the horrible Ballmeyer. A report was spread, a few weeks later, that he was dead, and she now determined to atone for her disobedience by a life of labor and devotion for her father. And she kept her word. All this she had confessed to Robert Darzac, and, believing Ballmeyer dead, had given herself to the joy of a union with him. But fate had resuscitated Jean Roussel, the Ballmeyer of her youth. He had taken steps to let her know that he would never allow her to marry Darzac, that he still loved her. Mademoiselle Stangerson never for one moment hesitated to confide in Monsieur Darzac. She showed him the letter in which Jean Roussel asked her to recall the first hours of their union in their beautiful and charming Louisville home. The presbytery has lost nothing of its charm, nor the garden its brightness, he had written. The scoundrel pretended to be rich and claimed the right of taking her back to Louisville. She had told Darzac that if her father should know of her dishonor, she would kill herself. Monsieur Darzac had sworn to silence her persecutor, even if he had to kill him. He was outwitted and would have succumbed had it not been for the genius of Rouletabille. Mademoiselle Stangerson was herself helpless in the hands of such a villain. She had tried to kill him when he had first threatened and then attacked her in the Yellow Room. She had, unfortunately, failed, and felt herself condemned to be forever at the mercy of this unscrupulous wretch who was continually demanding her presence at clandestine interviews. When he sent her the letter through the post office, asking her to meet him, she had refused. The result of her refusal was the tragedy of the Yellow Room. The second time he wrote asking for a meeting, the letter reaching her in her sick chamber, she had avoided him by sleeping with her women. In that letter the scoundrel had warned her that, since she was too ill to come to him, he would come to her, and that he would be in her chamber at a particular hour on a particular night. Knowing that she had everything to fear from Ballmeyer, she had left her chamber on that night. It was then that the incident of the inexplicable gallery occurred. The third time she had determined to keep the appointment. He asked for it in the letter he had written in her own room, on the night of the incident in the gallery, which he left on her desk. In that letter he threatened to burn her father's papers if she did not meet him. It was to rescue these papers that she made up her mind to see him. She did not for one moment doubt that the wretch would carry out his threat if she persisted in avoiding him, and in that case the labors of her father's lifetime would be forever lost. Since the meeting was thus inevitable, she resolved to see her husband and appeal to his better nature. It was for this interview that she had prepared herself on the night the keeper was killed. They did meet, and what passed between them may be imagined. He insisted that she renounce Darzac. She, on her part, affirmed her love for him. He stabbed her in his anger, determined to convict Darzac of the crime. As Larsan he could do it, and had so managed things that Darzac could never explain how he had employed the time of his absence from the chateau. Ballmeyer's precautions were most cunningly taken. Larsan had threatened Darzac as he had threatened Mathilde, with the same weapon and the same threats. He wrote Darzac urgent letters, declaring himself ready to deliver up the letters that had passed between him and his wife, and to leave them forever, if he would pay him his price. He asked Darzac to meet him for the purpose of arranging the matter, appointing the time when Larsan would be with Mademoiselle Stangerson. When Darzac went to Epinay, expecting to find Ballmeyer or Larsan there, he was met by an accomplice of Larsan's, and kept waiting until such time as the coincidence could be established. It was all done with Machiavellian cunning, but Ballmeyer had reckoned without Joseph Rouletabille. Now that the mystery of the Yellow Room has been cleared up, this is not the time to tell of Rouletabille's adventures in America. Knowing the young reporter as we do, we can understand with what acumen he had traced, step by step, the story of Mathilde Stangerson and Jean Roussel. At Philadelphia he had quickly informed himself as to Arthur William Rance. There he learned of Rance's act of devotion and the reward he thought himself entitled to for it. A rumor of his marriage with Mademoiselle Stangerson had once found its way into the drawing rooms of Philadelphia. He also learned of Rance's continued attentions to her and his importunities for her hand. He had taken to drink, he had said, to drown his grief at his unrequited love. It can now be understood why Rouletabille had shown so marked a coolness of demeanor towards Rance when they met in the witness's room on the day of the trial. The strange Roussel-Stangerson mystery had now been laid bare. Who was this Jean Roussel? Rouletabille had traced him from Philadelphia to Cincinnati. In Cincinnati he became acquainted with the old aunt, and had found means to open her mouth. The story of Ballmeyer's arrest threw the right light on the whole story. He visited the presbytery, a small and pretty dwelling in the old colonial style, which had, indeed, lost nothing of its charm. Then, abandoning his pursuit of traces of Mademoiselle Stangerson, he took up those of Ballmeyer. He followed them from prison to prison, from crime to crime. Finally, as he was about leaving for Europe, he learned in New York that Ballmeyer had, 5 years before, embarked for France with some valuable papers belonging to a merchant of New Orleans whom he had murdered. And yet the whole of this mystery has not been revealed. Mademoiselle Stangerson had a child, by her husband, a son. The infant was born in the old aunt's house. No one knew of it, so well had the aunt managed to conceal the event. What became of that son? That is another story which, so far, I am not permitted to relate. About 2 months after these events, I came upon Rouletabille sitting on a bench in the Palais de Justice, looking very depressed. "What's the matter, old man?" I asked. "You were looking very downcast. How are your friends getting on?" "Apart from you," he said, "I have no friends." "I hope that Monsieur Darzac." "No doubt." "And Mademoiselle Stangerson, how is she?" "Better, much better." "Then you ought not to be sad." "I am sad," he said, "because I am thinking of the perfume of the lady in black." "The perfume of the lady in black. I have heard you often refer to it. Tell me why it troubles you." "Perhaps, someday," said Rouletabille. And he heaved a profound sigh. You've listened to The Mystery of the Yellow Room by Gaston Leroux. If you enjoyed this classic detective story, consider liking the video or subscribing for more full-length mystery audiobooks every week. Thank you for listening, and until next time keep enjoying the world of classic mysteries.